Ladies and gentlemen, councillors, will you please stand for the chairman of West Northamptonshire Council, the vice chairman of West Northamptonshire Council, and the chief executive of West Northamptonshire Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everybody. First item on the agenda, apologies for non-attendance. The Head of Democratic and Election Services will read out the apologies received.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillors Anne Addison, Rafia Ashraf, Alan Chandler, Fiona Cole, Karen Cooper, Janice Duffy, Terry Eales, Penny Flavel, Mark Hughes, Colin Morgan, Kevin Pritchard, Catherine Russell, Zoe Smith and Mike Warren. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, declarations of members and officers' interests. Do we have any? No?
Nigel Hinch, relating to the local transport plan.
Thank you. Any more? Councillor Beardsley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm a member of Kingsthorpe Parish Council.
Thank you. I can't see any more hands. No. We'll go on to item 3, minutes of the Council. Is it the Council's wish that I sign the minutes of the previous meeting as a true and accurate record? Thank you. Before I start my chairman's announcements, I have an International Men's Award winner, Quinton Green, who's going to read a poem, Knife Hate, around the area of one of the subjects of one of my charities, Stop Hate UK. Welcome, Quinton.
Thank you. Have we ever stopped to ask that boy that carries a knife what he wants to do when he's older? If his parents are still together and who his role models are? Because I guarantee you he don't live next door to a doctor. Instead, he's more than likely to be riding with thugs. And they're the ones in the community prescribing the drugs and driving those cars. And I wonder if, as a teenager, he's watching how the elders carry themselves and it's learned behavior. I wonder if by the age of 12 he never had a father, and why? At the age of 13 he had his first balaclava. Was he ever scared? Is it that mum don't care, or is it just that she was never there? Maybe she's out trying to provide for the family, and by the time she gets back she feels tired and angry. Are there arguments at home? Is there a lack of affection? Are the boys outside offering you protection? From the utes up the road in a different postcode. The reason why you always go the long way home. So the elders on the block become your bigger brothers. Now it's almost as if you're related to each other. Gang related. Now we've got a council estate kid filled with hatred who needs to be initiated before he's fully affiliated. Is that environment just making him numb? Does he have a choice, or is it safety in numbers? Because they're not meant to be your mentors. That's what we need grown men for, to lead by example and to nurture ambition, to teach discipline, to understand and to listen. And I apologize for generalizing, for coming across like I'm stereotyping. But we all need to know we are marginalizing a whole generation when we criminalize them. Who really wants to end up in prison or dying? And the social networks make it all look exciting. The way that gangs incite violence live online and it's followed by an advert to make sure we're still buying. And I'm not about to blame it all on drill. But thoughts become words and words become real. So tell me there's not a vested interest in what's manifesting when all the kids can hear is I splashed him and I chefed him, dipped him outside of his house and then left him for his mum to find him. Have you been to a funeral and heard a mother crying? When her son's in the ground, it sounds like she's dying. And it's been like this for years, wiping those tears and printing those T's saying, put the knife down, blaming police, writing to our local MPs. I've seen mums at knife crime rallies begging on their knees like, they've took my son, but make it stop, please. And it's our responsibility. Have you heard it takes a village to raise a child? But we're losing our community, so they're left to run wild. And this isn't the time for answers or excuses, but the youngers need to know there's consequences for their offences. Justice will be served if you're caught or let go. Because when you take a life, you forfeit your own. Thank you.
Thank you. As we come together for this final meeting of my term as chairman of WNC, I feel both a great sense of pride and a profound sense of gratitude. However, it's not just my final meeting as chairman. 4 years ago, we all stood in this chamber to start the inaugural term of the Office for West Northamptonshire Unitary Council. We all stepped into a new role, members and staff alike, that would shape not only our own journey, but the future of this council and our community. It has been an honour beyond words to serve this Unitary Council, and I'm deeply grateful for the trust you placed in me as chairman for 2024-2025. We knew there would be hurdles, uncharted waters, and plenty of lessons to learn in our first term, but we also had a unique opportunity to shape something new, something dynamic that would benefit the residents and communities we serve. So a date for your diary, April the 4th. We are using the Chairman's Civic Dinner as an opportunity of commemoration for staff, councillors, dignitaries and guests to celebrate WNC's inaugural term. The dinner will be at the Mercure Hotel, and any monies raised on the evening will go to my charities. In attendance will be representation from the Lord Lieutenancy Office, along with the Bishop to bestow prayers on WNC. There will also be a procession into dinner by the mayors of West Northamptonshire and some from North Northamptonshire in honour of WNC. A Master of Ceremonies will guide us through the night, with entertainment being supplied by a swing band from NBAT, the marvellous Northampton Music and Performing Arts Trust. Dinner will be followed by an auction and raffle to raise funds for the Chairman's charities. I so much want this to be a non-political, cross-party celebration of West Northamptonshire Council. If you would like a ticket, please contact Salma or go to the Chairman's webpage on WNC website. Now to my year as Chairman. Little did I know when I first took on the role how diverse it is. One day I was raising the flag to start the race for the Tour of Britain's men's cycling race, with friends from up and down the country texting me to say they'd just seen me on national TV. The next day, I was blowing a hooter at a village fete to start the children's go-kart race. How diverse is that? I hope I have been able to raise the profile of the Chairman's role and thank my 3 predecessors for setting the stage for our final year, Councillor Anne Addison, Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage and Councillor John Shepherd. There are too many events to list or even name. One is my favourite. In total to date, between us, we've attended 108 engagements across a diverse range of activities: civic ceremonies, church choir services, launch of businesses, opening of ceremonies, international days, flag-raising events, and many charity events. If I had to name any highlights, they would be when I received Northampton Saints on the Guildhall steps following their open bus tour after winning their first premiership win in 10 years, and the filming of the video afterwards. Diwali, the Winter Festival lights and the parade around Northampton Market Square. The royal visit to NGH, especially since I work in the NHS. And the 78 Derngate event held to promote both my charities profiles, Stop Hate UK and SAFA, the Armed Forces charity. I have been to many events in all four corners of WNC. The event closest to my heart, though, is something my previous chairman, Councillor John Shepherd, introduced to the council, and I hope the incoming chairman will continue. The chairman's annual sixth form debating competition. This really was a day, or should I say battleground, as students from local schools competed for the chairman's debating trophy. After a fiercely contested final round, debating the question, "This House believes leaders are born, not made," Magdalen College School secured the top spot. I also hope I've been able to increase the chairman's presence on social media, with my latest pre-council pod reaching 2.3k of hits, as the youngsters would say, within a couple of days. Rest assured, I'm nearly at the end of my announcements. However, I now come to the long list of thank yous. There are too many, far too many to mention. But please humour me as I extend my gratitude to my consort, John Douglas, who has attended many events and feels he has been in church on more occasions in the last year than his whole life. His support has been much appreciated, as he is not a great one for small talk, and that is an essential skill, I can assure you, for being a consort. My Vice Chair, Councillor Alison Eastwood, who has been there all year to support me and step in at the last minute sometimes. Thank you. The staff who support the Chairman's office, Salma, Leanne, Janet and Rebecca, their professionalism, passion and hard work are the backbone of the Chairman's office. My support officers in Democratic Services, Paul, Tracy and team, along with Sarah, our monitoring officer, who keeps me in line. Finally, there is one person who I could not possibly have done this job without, and that is Roger. He is there telling me where to stand, when to speak and where to go. Thank you, all of you. I am proud to have been WNC chairman for a year and will carry the memories of this year with me always. As I prepare to step down from this role at the next meeting, I am confident that this council will continue to thrive. I am also aware that tonight is the last council meeting for other councillors, as after many years' service they are retiring from office. I thank all of them too for their dedication and service to their community. As we close this chapter, I know that the work of the council will continue and the commitment to serving our residents will remain steadfast. It has been an incredible privilege to be your final chairman in West Northamptonshire Council's inaugural term, and I leave this role with a heart full of gratitude and a deep appreciation for all the work we've done together. Before we move on to the meeting, Councillor Naz Chowdhury has asked me to mention that his grandmother, Amina Karim Chowdhury, recently passed away. Amina served as Mayoress of Northampton during Councillor Chowdhury's year as Mayor in 2019-20. And I'm sure you will join with me in sending condolences to him and his family. Also, as you're aware, this month is Ramadan, the 9th month of the Islamic calendar. I will take a break at 6:10 or as close to thereafter so that any members who wish to can break their fast. We have set aside the Godwin Room for this purpose. Finally, before I go to the next agenda item, I have had a request from Councillor Dermot Bambridge to address the meeting, as he will be retiring from office after 22 years, and requests from Councillor Randall and other councillors to speak, as it is our last meeting. I feel that at the end of the meeting, time permitting, we should allow retiring councillors to speak. But first of all, we must address the business of the agenda. Thank you. I will now move to item 5, Leaders' Announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to start by adding my tributes to the councillors of all parties who have taken the decision to stand down at the next election. Some, such as our first council chairman, Councillor Anne Addison, and Councillor Dennis Meredith, have served for many years, others for only a term, but each will have made their mark in one way or another. And to them, I say thank you for your service as councillors, and I wish you all the very best for the future. The next 7 weeks will see a huge amount of activity. Our council staff are busy preparing for the elections, and we as politicians likewise. I wish every candidate from every party a safe and enjoyable campaign, even though I only desire one outcome. But tonight's meeting will doubtless hear the starter's pistol fire on the election campaign, with claim and counterclaim exchanged across the floor of the chamber. I hope our friends in the media will cast a critical eye over some of the more outlandish claims and highlight inaccuracies where they occur, rather than rushing out a salacious headline based on a misleading statement made here tonight. As we head towards May's election, with the pre-election period starting tomorrow, the work of my administration continues unabated, prioritising our people, our places and the effectiveness of our council. That's why we've recently launched new strategies covering physical activity, economic growth, the environment and our One West Northamptonshire vision. These are the next moves forward from a local Conservative party that cares for West Northamptonshire and is ambitious for West Northamptonshire. From Northampton to Brackley to Towcester to Daventry and every wonderful village in between. Rural, urban, suburban, we want every corner of our district to succeed and we will support it to do so. We have laid the foundations for West Northamptonshire to thrive by building a council with solid finances, strong external partnerships, a positive culture and calm, dedicated leadership. But there is much left to do. In the wake of our Economic Growth Summit earlier this month, supported by Sir Andy Street and businesses of such magnitude as Mercedes, Barclays, Cosworth and Euston Logistics, we can now set our sights on a local economy that offers greater prosperity, greater diversity and more opportunities for residents. Our recent climate change strategy underscores our commitment to blue principles in a green and pleasant district. It is environmentalism with a strictly local focus, demonstrating that you can stick to the task of protecting the local environment without having to stick yourself to a wall. We committed in our 2021 manifesto to being the most environmentally friendly council you've ever had, and as with almost all of our pledges, we have delivered. It is Conservative conservationism, delivering on the people's priorities to protect their cherished green spaces, breathe cleaner air and recycle efficiently. With our work on the council's finances, we have fixed the roof while the sun was shining, reducing debt, cutting costs, and providing the resilience the council needs to survive the storms that may come our way. This means that with a fair wind and the continuation of our programmes of transformation and productivity, we can reach a point in the next term of office where we have more choices around investment in services such as highways, our offer for young people, and possibly even a reduced reliance on council tax, allowing us to reconsider the need for 5% increases year on year. But all of this, Madam Chairman, relies upon one simple thing: stability. The clarion call of change is used by politicians as a catch-all for people's frustrations. It is a populist semantic wolf in sheep's clothing. And as we are seeing in Westminster, change works both ways. Our farmers have seen change. Our pensioners have seen change. Our businesses and other employers have seen change, and it isn't for the better. So, Madam Chairman, the choice on May the 1st is very clear. The next moves forward and more progress under the Conservatives, or change for the worse with any other option.
Thank you. We will now go to item 6, public participation. We have received one request to present a petition from Mr. Mick Morris, Chairman of Farthing-Hoe Parish Council. Is he here? Yeah. If you'd like to take a seat, Mr. Morris, you will have up to 3 minutes to speak. If you'd like to start, Mr. Morris, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mick Morris, and in my role as chairman, I am here today to present this e-petition on behalf of Farthing-Hoe Parish Council, the residents of Farthing-Hoe, and the users of the A422, requesting your help and understanding to provide a safer, quieter, and more sustainable Farthing-Hoe. I quote, "We, the undersigned, petition the Council to consider their proposed local transport plan and to reinstate the possibility of a bypass for Farthing-Hoe as part of the final plan. We, the undersigned, as residents of Farthing-Hoe, users of the A422, and local citizens, express our deep concern regarding the exclusion of the Farthing-Hoe bypass from the draft local plan released for consultation by West Northants Council. The revised LTP proposes an A422 Farthing-Hoe traffic mitigation scheme instead of a bypass, which fails to adequately address the ongoing traffic congestion and safety issues within the village. Farthing-Hoe has long struggled with heavy traffic using the narrow and unsuitable roads that pass through the village. This not only leads to delays and frustration for the 12,000 motorists that use the A422 each day, but also poses significant safety risks to pedestrians, cyclists, and local residents. By removing mention of the Farthing-Hoe bypass from the LTP, West Northants misses a crucial opportunity to alleviate the traffic problem, reduce air pollution, and improve the quality of life for all those living and travelling through the village for the next 40 years. A bypass would provide long-term, sustainable solution to the village's traffic problems and ensure safer, quieter streets for our community. Whilst we understand that the August 2023 strategic outline case concluded that a bypass for Farthing-Hoe is not financially viable at this current time, we believe excluding it as a possibility for the next 40 years is a significant oversight. During this time, the populations of Brackley and Banbury will continue to grow, adding more stress to the already outdated and inadequate road network. Already, the unsuitable road conditions on the A422 through Farthing-Hoe feature in many objections to new commercial and residential developments both in Northamptonshire and Oxfordshire, demonstrating the existing concerns of local residents and the wider economical implications of the deficient road infrastructure. Until such time that the Farthing-Hoe bypass becomes financially viable, Farthing-Hoe Parish Council will continue to work with West Northants Council to identify suitable mitigation schemes, including a weight restriction, that will address the varied concerns outlined in this petition. However, it is our fundamental belief that these mitigation schemes should only be interim measures and do not constitute a long-term solution. We call upon West Northants Council to reconsider their proposed local transport plan and to reinstate the Farthing-Hoe bypass as quickly as possible as part of the final plan. We urge West Northants Council to prioritise
Could I ask you to wrap up, please, Mr. Morris?
3 minutes already?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll go right to the end when I say that it's been noticeable for quite a long time. We as a village have always considered the A422 users to have the same problem as us. It's very noticeable in recent weeks that West Northants Highways has no intention of making contact with those users to try and get their opinions, and it's a very serious omission. Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. There have been 5 requests to address the meeting. Jean Lineker, would you like to take your seat, please, has asked to address Council in relation to motion 1.
First of all, Chair, may I please be excused for my voice because I've got gastro problems, okay?
Okay.
So this might take a little bit longer. I'm supporting Dennis Meredith's motion and Sally's motion for the library in Abington Village. And I think the library deserves recognition, and it's the rates they're having to pay. All community areas need recognition. Dennis, I have spoken to Dennis and Sally about this. I'm going to care about the community work that's not available for other communities. In my area, we don't have a community area to bring forward for the children and the adults. There's been a stabbing in Standens Barn, and I don't want no more of it. Also, in Ecton Brook, they don't have one either. Now, I hope during the next election, all councillors will vote for more hubs for the eastern sector, the northern sector, and the southern sector. Many people need to do something for children, even after school. And I'm seriously passionate about this within the Standens Barn, Riverside area. And I'm passionate about the library in Abington Village. That is important. People are important. Policies can wait. I am sick and tired of hearing about policies. Please support this motion and all the other things that I've spoken about. I am seriously passionate about doing things for the people of Northampton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heather Anderson, would you like to take a seat, has asked to address the Council in relation to item 18, report of the Cabinet Member for Environment, Recycling and Waste. Ms Anderson, you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Heather Anderson. I live at 16 Brook Lane in Dallington. I'm here to talk about the devastating flood that occurred in our beloved village in September 2024. Victims sitting behind me. On the 22nd of September, our courtyard flooded and our roads flooded. The brook was extremely high, but had not burst its banks. On the 23rd, later that in the evening, the brook sadly did burst with devastating consequences. And the drains and manhole covers overflowed. It was coming from everywhere. Our homes flooded in 45 seconds flat, and we were all under 1 foot of water. During this time, we as a community took the following action to save our homes. We cleared the brook every 30 minutes for 48 hours. We borrowed drain equipment from friends to clear the drains on the public road and private roads. We stood on manhole covers forcing the water down. We cleared leaves out of the drains. We had no support at all during the stressful period from WNC, the Environment Agency, or Anglian Water. We had one fire engine turn up who left 30 minutes later with no support. The Environment Agency monitors the brook, and according to a rep, one photo is taken an hour. As mentioned, our home flooded in seconds. Where was everyone and where was our support? At 1 a.m, the water just disappeared, showing that something happened. Recently received an email from the Environment Agency stating that the cause of the flooding was due to the reservoir in Darlington Brook bursting. And this is before 3,000 homes are being built up and around the Harleston Firs area whose surface water will feed into the brook that cannot clearly cope as it is. 12 homes in our village alone were displaced, including mine. Yet we're still paying council tax on these properties, which are uninhabitable, as well as the residents' temporary homes, totalling as much as £650 per month. The Council and Valuation Office has repeatedly refused relief. The value of our properties has been affected. My home has now been valued at least 20% less. Our insurance has tripled, and as a kick in the teeth, we all received our council tax and renewal letter today with a 5% increase. We now demand a date for the Section 19 investigation and report to be supplied. We are now 10 days away from the 6-month deadline. We need to hear a clear plan of action. We have video evidence that water was backing up before it had reached the top of the brook, which proves that the flow was constricted, as 3 weeks later, Storm Bert, I think it was called, happened, and we did not flood, which shows better water flow. So what was done or not done differently from the last flood? We need better communication from everybody. Having your home flooded is utterly devastating and heartbreaking. The destruction is unimaginable. One of our neighbour's son is even having trauma counselling, and he's 10 years old. We are terrified it's going to happen again, with no understanding of what's being done to try and prevent this in future. We are utterly dismayed, angry, and demand answers. Sadly, the Council response to our repeated requests for information and action has been deafeningly silent. We are lucky to have such a strong, close community that rallied together that night to try and save our beloved homes, because there certainly was no support from anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Taylor Cowley Colton has asked to address the Council in relation to item 18. Would you like to take a seat, please? Report of the Cabinet Member for Children, Families and Education. Mr. Cowley Colton, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, there we go. Good evening to all members, and may I wish Ramadan Mubarak to those currently fasting. I do apologise in advance as I made some strong motions, as I'm particularly passionate about these issues. My name is Taylor Cowley Colton, and I'm here to speak about the Youth Justice Plan and recent upticks in noticeable criminal disturbances, particularly in the Blackthorn and Rectory Farm area. To begin with, may I firstly say that I'm particularly impressed by the Youth Justice Plan and the recent glowing recommendations from the HMYP as highlighted by Councillor Fiona Baker, and that I look forward to the results that it will help to yield for the next generations as they contest with the challenges of today. However, there are some in the room that appear to be very much taking a more laid-back approach towards community safety. For instance, I've recently written a letter on behalf of many residents in Rectory Farm and Blackthorn to the current Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner, but I am sad to report that as of yet, this has been to no avail. It's particularly disappointing given that there is such an appetite within this room to combat these sorts of behaviours that lead to the youth ending up within the Youth Offending Service. Recently, within the area, there have been reports that young children, both boys and girls, have been chased around by young men on bikes armed with weapons that should have been taken off of them before they even left the house, both physically and metaphorically. This is off the back of stabbings in both Standens Bar and Bellinge, places only a stone's throw away from Blackthorn and Rectory Farm, with regular nighttime disturbances now are a regular occurrence in the ward nowadays. Why is it, Commissioner, potentially felt the need to gloss over such an important letter concerned with making help residents both safer and less anxious? Why is it, Commissioner, that you've committed to robust, visible local policing in every neighbourhood when, as of yet, you are yet to put this into place? I'm all for making promises that can be kept, but I most certainly will not stand for politicians making promises that, especially around safety, that they do not stick to. I urge all members to heed this advice. I'm not naive enough to say that you have the easiest job in the world, but when you earn over £75,000 of taxpayers' money, People expect, I expect you to be able to run a police properly and delegate them to where they need to be. I do ask, how can we crack down on stabbings if no police officers are ever seen around the corner from where stabbings take place? How can we as a society, as a county, as a council, make ourselves feel safer and less anxious to step out of the door if our protectors-in-chief are nowhere to be seen? Many residents refuse to go outside because they don't feel safe. And I ask, what does this say about the police? What does it say about the local area? To be perfectly frank, Commissioner, it looks like you don't give a damn about the area and that you don't give a damn about the people of Northampton. I'm happy to see that some proactive policing has begun to
Can you hold on a moment? We have a point of order.
Of course, Madam Chairman.
I will allow you, you're nearly at the end of your 3 minutes. Could you have a closing statement and then finish, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Commissioner, I implore you to reply to my letter post haste.
Can I stop that there, please? You're addressing the members here in the council.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I was going to get onto that bit in a moment.
So, okay, I think we'll bring this matter to a close. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, council members. Pleasure.
Farzana Aldridge has asked to address the council in relation to item 8. Would you like to take a seat, please? Thank you. 1 West Northamptonshire Plan. Ms. Aldridge, you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I've had a chance to look at the 1 West Northamptonshire Plan as a resident. I've also had a look at 8 other 2030 plans produced by different councils. The priorities of the West Northants Plan are broadly similar to be found in other local authority documents. However, I note that consultation with residents and groups on our plan was particularly thin. It is the content, assertions, and the 49 outcomes that are of real concern to me as a resident. I question the length of the document, as all other plans I have seen are much more succinct and straightforward. If the West Northants Plan is intended to set out a vision to share with residents, then clarity and conciseness are critical. What I see is more of an action plan than a plan setting out a clear vision for the future for me as a resident. I would have expected our plan to be based on a clear and robust analysis of the Council's performance to date and an accurate and honest analysis of gaps and weaknesses to inform the vision for the future. Whilst page 27 provides some data, there is no indication of trends nor an analysis against national or similar authorities' performance. So as a resident, I am unable to have an understanding of where our performance is better and where it is weaker when compared nationally or against similar authorities. From my knowledge as a resident, the plan paints a misleadingly positive picture of where we are. There is insufficient reference to feedback from residents and communities and their views and priorities. Where there is reference to community feedback, the vision for 2030 does not always address the key areas of residents' concern. For example, under Priority 3, there is acknowledgement of residents' concerns over high levels of litter and fly tipping. However, tackling this significant area of concern strategically is missing. Potholes are not mentioned. There is reference to numerous plans to be created to deliver the outcomes sought, but as a resident, this gives me no assurance, as I know that all too often there's too much time spent on planning and insufficient time on delivery. There is insufficient reference to promoting equalities and inclusion, whether that be infrastructure development for rural communities or addressing the inequalities affecting those with protected characteristics. There is no indication of key milestones to be achieved to deliver the vision over a 5-year period to give residents confidence. For example, to access to good quality provision for children with SEND and rented housing meeting the Decent Home Standard. To sum up, high ambitions and aspirations are laudable, but an honest appraisal of current context and a realistic set of actions is what really matters when setting a vision for the future. The draft plan needs to be scrutinised in terms of clarity and conciseness and achievable outcomes. It requires considerable modification before it is finalised. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask our final speaker, Simon Clifford, to take seat, please? He is asked to address the Council in relation to item 7, opposition priority business. Mr. Clifford, you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm here to talk about fly tipping and rural crime. The persistent issue of rural crime and fly tipping in West Northamptonshire has reached concerning levels, with insufficient police resources directed towards addressing these problems. Each year, West Northamptonshire Council spends approximately 1.2 million on clearing illegal waste dumps, a figure that has risen steadily over the past 5 years. The substantial expenditure represents funds that could otherwise be directed towards essential community services. Rural crime, including fly tipping, has seen a significant rise over the years. In West Northamptonshire, the Council has had to clear thousands of fly tipping incidents, approximately 4,500 cases reported between October and December 2024. The problem persists. This is partly because rural policing lacks the necessary resources and attention. Northampton Police has a team of 8 rural officers from its record number of over 1,500 officers, which is simply insufficient funding to tackle these issues effectively. This neglect is compounded by what appears to be a contemptuous attitude towards rural communities, exemplified by Labour's recent policies affecting farmers. The suspension of the Sustainable Farming Initiative, the scheme without notice has left farmers feeling betrayed and financially strained. Moreover, Labour's inheritance tax changes targeting family farms have met with widespread criticism, as they have been seen as an attack on the very livelihoods of rural families. Labour's approach to rural crime, whilst promising increased coordination and patrols, lacks concrete commitments to fair funding for rural policing. This oversight perpetuates the imbalance in resource allocation, where urban areas receive more attention and funding, leaving rural communities vulnerable to crime. The impact of this bias is not just financial. It erodes trust between rural communities and law enforcement. It sends a message that rural crime is not a priority, which emboldens perpetrators and discourages victims from reporting incidents. The lack of effective prosecution for rural crimes, such as fly tipping, further exacerbates the problem, with few offenders facing serious consequences. In conclusion, the financial cost of fly tipping to West Northamptonshire is a symptom of a deeper issue, the systemic neglect of rural communities and their needs by our Labour PFCC. It is imperative that we address the imbalance by allocating sufficient resources to rural policing and ensuring that rural crime is treated with the same seriousness as urban crime. Only through a comprehensive and fair approach can we hope to protect our rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to public questions. We have received 2 written public questions. The questions and responses are set out in the document that has been circulated. Does Mr. Alan Knapp wish to ask a supplementary question? If you'd like to take a seat, please.
Thank you. It's Nape, actually. I didn't have a long time to prepare a response to the question because it only came out a couple of hours ago, so probably members haven't actually seen it either. So my first question was about Fix My Street to Councillor Larratt. It seems to be a bit of a difficult system to use. Often you put a report in and it gets sent somewhere or somewhere else. I've had responses that have directed me into to looking at the highway code, which just seems a bit insulting, to be honest. I was just hoping that the system could be improved a bit so actually that actually gets pointed in the right direction. Such as street name signs need to go to building control, but then they seem to get lost and you get nothing back. There's other things like that with street lights as well. They also say don't bother reporting through this. Use the council's app, and then it goes direct to Balfour Beatty. So I'm a bit of a I enjoy doing the Fix My Street things. I've done a couple of hundred over the last couple of years, so I'm a bit more used to it than other members of the public. But so I'll find my way around
Mr.
it.
Knapp, what is the supplementary question?
I'm going to get there. I've now got 3 minutes.
Okay.
Chair. Thank you. It was onto a specific issue which is under the council's control in Middlemore and Daventry. There's part of the estate which is under the control of the property resources team, which seems to not make sense that we can't refer to that through the app. So I was just hoping the council could have a look at actually doing these issues directly rather than having to be referred by different departments each time.
Did you get that question, Mr. Councillor Larratt?
I'm on. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm afraid I didn't really fully understand the question, but I mean, we recognise the issues with Fix My Street. We are on a journey of continual improvement, but my hope is that we can very soon adopt a one-stop reporting app. We already have a WNC app, and I think that highways issues should all be included on the one app, and as soon as it's within the IT programme of work, and it will be coming in due course, and as soon as we can get that one reporting tool, it will make life a lot easier for forwarding things on and ensuring that reports go to the right place and issues are properly and adequately addressed. But yes, we recognise issues with Fix My Street. We're on a journey of continual improvement, and yes, we need this app, and it will certainly improve delivery for our residents as and when we get it.
Thank you, Councillor Larratt. Mr. Knapp, do you have any supplementary questions in respect of the second question you asked?
Yes, thank you. It's still NAPE, actually. It's not NAP.
NAPE. Sorry, please accept my apologies. I'm having difficulty hearing you. I don't know if others
Can we
are.
go a bit closer? Is that better?
Let's give it a go. Slow down and we might hear better.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So on Eastern Way in Daventry, I'd like to thank Councillor Lister for his answer. Yes, I agree that there's a very small part of Eastern Way that is already protected, but it's actually a hill, so it's not really very much use to anyone apart from when it's snowing and children can actually go sledding down it. I am glad that the council changed its mind on its plans to build on Eastern Way again after a great campaign from local residents. My main point, though, is he planned to do... Sorry, that's a bit particular. The council planned to build on it to raise funds to do other things in Daventry. And I feel like we're neglected in Daventry. There's often money spent on Northampton, as there should be, and all the other towns and villages in the area, such as the £4 million spent on the Market Square that the council put in themselves. I know, obviously, there's grants for other things, but I'd like to see if Councillor Lister would could look to put some council funds towards improving Daventry instead of having to sell our assets for it, especially as Councillor Brown earlier was saying how well the council is doing with their funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nape. Councillor Larratt, do you want to respond?
I'm sure Councillor Lister would like to respond.
Oh, Lister, sorry.
I'm sure Councillor Larratt wouldn't. I'm not sure there was an actual question there, but to correct the record, the council didn't put £4 million into the Market Square. That's not true. So just to correct that record. No, the council didn't put £4 million into the Market Square. £3.5 million came from SIL allocations, not from council taxpayer money. So let's correct this. This is not council taxpayer funded money. Yeah, absolutely, we're totally looking for investment in Daventry and how we're going to move that forward. We appreciate all of our towns, villages, and how we're going to invest in that. We've already employed town centre, high street people to be able to look at Toaster and Brackley, to be able to look at empty shops there in Daventry. We're working on plans as to how we can fund further shopfront improvements and regeneration within the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lister. We now go to item 7, opposition priority business. I will invite Councillor Wendy Randall to move the motion. 5 minutes, please, Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Chair. We've already heard from Councillor Brown, and you have a totally different concept of things to what I have and what I hear on the street every single day. You've been in control now for nearly 4 years, and what the public are saying, what have we achieved? What are we getting? Residents have seen their council tax increase by nearly £300 on an average for a Band D, and yet all they see is reduced services. Our roads are in an absolutely shocking state. We uplifted that contract. We have thrown more money at that contractor, and yet all we see time and time again is temporary fixes that do not last. The contractor is reactive and not proactive, and it should not take residents to report a pothole to get it fixed. Potholes have caused considerable damage to residents' vehicles, costing residents thousands of pounds in repair, and hardly all those claims that have been put in, hardly anybody has received any compensation. We still have no up-to-date risk management strategy, and we've already heard today about how many residents have been affected by the flooding, many still not back in their homes even now. We've seen widespread systemic failings of our SEND services, with only 1.8% of EHCPs issued within 20 weeks. And even now, we are seeing some that are going through, but some are still very, very outdated. We've had 81 complaints upheld by the local government and social care ombudsman. We have 1 in 5 children living in poverty. You promised to build 500 council homes, but we haven't even managed 50% of those. And all the while, our housing list is growing. And we are overspending year on year on temporary accommodation, and we have seen this grown to 807 families. We've got over 5.5 families waiting for social housing. We've got 601 families in WNC that are either homeless or risk of being homeless as of June 24. We've seen serious failings in the safety and quality of the council housing stock. We are the 3rd worst council for fly tipping in the East Midlands, with over 80% of these being in Northampton town. And this has not improved in the 4 years of us being in WNC. I note that Councillor Golby recently had an article, but it wasn't doing anything different. We put forward suggestions to do things different, and you turn them down like you do every other thing that we put in. We've got Kings Heath and Talavera still remain listed as left behind neighbourhoods by the all-party parliamentary group. WNC is in the bottom 15% of local authorities for net zero. Customer satisfaction has dropped by 30% since 2021, with many residents struggling to get through on the phone, often only trying to just prove that they have paid their council tax because they've been sent a letter by mistake. When we formed this council, we had 170 million in reserves, and we have used more than 45% of this. And after 4 years, we still do not have a clear direction. We've just heard again about, the visions that we've got. It's copy and paste. Like I said in Cabinet, it could have been for any council. You've been in control. In 4 years, I would have expected to see a clear vision for this council. But even tonight, we have got strategies being rushed through with hardly any cross-party participation, and engagement with the public still remains poor. You spent a huge amount of money upgrading the town centre and the market square, and yet I've walked up Abington Street today and there's already patches of concrete where paving should be. Our motion today asks that this council resolves to recognise the serious and long-standing nature of these issues affecting the residents of West Northampton since 2021, and invites the next council elected in May to improve on this record by incorporating these issues as priorities into their corporate plan and use all resources available in improving services further. Ensure value for money is delivered to the residents of West Northamptonshire. And you really need to start
Councillor
listening.
Randall. There's 5 minutes is up and you've said your motion. I will invite Councillor Bob Purser to second the motion.
Chair, I formally second the motion and reserve my right to speak later on.
Yeah. I will now open the floor to members to raise questions. Can I just say, while the motions or any member or any business is being presented, we don't press the buttons until after the seconder has spoken. Thank you. Who's on the list? Because it's off my screen to speak about. Right. Could I go to Councillor Sally Beardsworth first? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be doing a party political speech tonight. We've had 2 already. So I don't want to bore people with the fact that it's going to be an election soon. Hooray. I think what we need to look at is that we need to work differently. We need to listen to what the public say. We need to actually listen to what they comments. And if we've made mistakes, anybody here, they should hold their hands up. And we don't let the people know, and sometimes when people come along to talk to us, we don't give them any credence. There's no response to people who come and speak. They bare their souls to us. I mean, Mrs. Lineker was nearly in tears, and yet there's no response to people like that. It makes us look as though we're not listening to people. And I think parties ought to work together to get things put right. We need to get the best brains from all parties to make sure that things are put right. And I think people would appreciate that. They're sick of this backwards and forwards all the time. They want to see something different. And I would be quite happy, you know, to work in with other parties to get something done properly for the people of Northamptonshire. They're paying a lot of money, council tax. People are struggling. We've got to help the people that are struggling. So I'm not going to say any more tonight, but this is a list of things that we know are wrong, and we've had a list of things that Councillor Adam Brown has said are right. But it's the people that will actually decide on the day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, for keeping to your 2 minutes as well. Councillor Daniel Stone.
Thank you, Chair. I applaud Councillor Randall for her speech, and I agree with every single word of that. Using public money wisely is a duty of every public body. Value for money is key. We have failed that test in nearly all of our audits over recent years. Investing our money, the public's money, in our local economy is something that we have significantly failed to do. But it would have been a way of lifting our citizens out of poverty, increasing demand for goods and services, and encouraging growth in our businesses. Outsourcing all of our public services has been a very bad idea. As chair of the Corporate Scrutiny Board in the first year of the Unitary Council, I asked for 3 things that I believed would make a difference. Localism, providing services locally and in-house, providing local jobs for local people, supporting local businesses through local procurement where possible, cutting our carbon imprint through local delivery to keep our citizens healthy. I also asked for us to follow the money. Where does our money actually end up if we're outsourcing? If we take Kier as an example, this is our most expensive contract. Kier shareholders are firms in Australia, Canada, the US, Switzerland, as well as big corporations in the UK. Our money goes out of West Northants and mostly out of the country. Some of those shareholders have subsidiaries with offshore accounts. Where is our money going? We asked the question, we've never had the answer. Number 3 was for procurement to include added social value. If companies,
Could I ask you to sum up, please,
whether
Councillor
local
Stone?
or not, are going to get rich in our money, what are they going to put back in? This has been a government requirement since 2012. To use Kier again, they promised 40% added social value when they tendered for our contract.
Thank you,
but I
Councillor
haven't seen it.
Stone. Your 2 minutes is up. I'll go to Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. 2 minutes is barely sufficient, but I'm not going to kick off with my words. Let's have a look at the words of the peer review, an independent assessment of how our council has been doing. WNC was created in April 2021. Its members and officers have worked hard together over the past 3 years to create and embed the new council, as well as to keep inherited services running from day one. Much has been achieved at pace, and the council knows there is more to do across a wide range of services and how it works. There are good and constructive working relationships between councillors and officers, and those relationships are often described as having mutual respect and support. Cabinet members know their subject matter well and show good leadership of their portfolios. Directors are visible, accessible, and are well regarded by their staff. The hosting of the South East Midlands Local Economic Partnership is an opportunity for the profile of the council to be raised. There is also enthusiasm from partners for West Northamptonshire Council being more visible in the partnership space, and that is something that the One West Northamptonshire plan has immediately begun to address. In addition to this, we've built our profile as a centre of sporting excellence through our successful bids for major sporting events, including the Men's Tour of Britain and the Women's Rugby World Cup. The West Northants stage of the Men's Tour of Britain delivered the highest economic benefit of the entire tour, with an impressive total impact of 5.69 million. Over 85% of attendees expressed pride in their local area. We've developed our comms channels and activities, including our use of social platforms, reaching over 1 million people every month. We've also increased our visual content to engage new audiences. Further to this, we've also achieved the financial stability that I've mentioned at the start. The use of the statistic around reserves is absolutely spurious because it doesn't take into account the use of COVID reserves that we inherited at the start of WNC. Our audits consistently show that we have a level of reserves far above the recommended amount, but that is the recommendation of the Section 151 officer, and we'll continue to follow his advice on that front.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Fiona Baker.
Thank you. I'm always wonder why opposition members always think that they're the only people that are very disappointed about the SEND reports. I do assure you that the 261 staff in the education team also are very disappointed. None of us want these children to be disadvantaged in the way that they are at the moment. This has been a phenomenal amount of work to do. Currently, in the last year, we've invested £2 million in staff, including educational psychologists, 2.8 million in local schools for SEND provision. We now have a really highly qualified independent chair for the SEND Improvement Board, Muriel Sisodia, who has got a lot of experience in this world and very happy to hold us and our partners to account, because it isn't just us that goes in the HCP. We have 2 other partners playing their role as well. The reason why we have such a backlog is because we are constantly getting an average 130 applications a month. This is much higher than other councils in the country, and it's a piece of work that I know our director is looking into at the moment. But the one thing that I have championed very loudly is the family hub situation, because early family help is what we need to get in to these families to try and help them much earlier on before they get to the really crisis point where they need these plans so that they can go on to live a good life in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And as this will be my last full council meeting, I would like to just place on record my thanks to all the staff who've supported me through my time as a councillor, and all those elected members who have been kind and supported me too. So just thank you for that. I want to focus on a couple of issues, particularly SEND and housing arising out of this motion. And Councillor Baker, people sometimes think people don't care because people don't actually see the results. And you once said to me that I cared, but you had all the money and the power. And I've never seen you demonstrate what we're delivering for people with that money or with that power. I've currently got families who are not receiving responses to their EHCPs, who are going backwards and forwards because EHCPs are wrong and inaccurate. I've got residents saying to me they feel responses are insensitive and that decision makers are not supporting people. I've got people who are being failed. On a housing perspective, there are currently 1,227 live applications. There are 4,500 applications waiting to be assessed. I've got a resident who since October 2023 has failed to have any responses. And when I've queried this, I've now been told that they can't tell me what the timescale will be for any reply. We've got no published data or details on our timescales for responses to these housing applications, and people are continually waiting without support. And as a councillor, it's devastating for me to go back to them and say, I can't answer that for you because no one else can give me an answer and I can't fix it. And I'm sure many of you experience that. That ain't just about me. But we have to accept that we can't just reel off figures like Councillor Brown has done about how things are okay and what the peer review has said and some of the great things we've done. I actually think there have been some great things done. But generally, the residents' review is that they're not happy. So forget the peer review. Ask them what's happening to them on the ground. And on the ground, they're not seeing anything get better, particularly in SEND services, particularly in housing, and particularly in planning. And we need to fix that. We need to get better and hold a clear mirror up to the actions we've taken. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Matt Golby.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to point out and suggest that the people that Councillor Randall speaks to on the street actually fact-check some of the things on the opposition priority business and actually realise that a lot of it is pure fiction, as pointed out by Councillor Brown. There are some issues. We know we've got some issues, and I just want to pick up the point on poverty. And unfortunately, we know poverty has existed for many years, and unless we can extinguish it very quickly, it's going to exist into the future. But our approach to the anti-poverty work was recently featured in an NHS Confederation submission to the Department of Work and Pensions to support the government's creation of the National Child Poverty Strategy. So I don't want to sit here and be lectured and inferred that we have done nothing and that nobody cares. I'm actually very proud of the work this Conservative administration has achieved in this very, very challenging area, supported by some very hard-working and talented officers. We're doing everything we can to help the most vulnerable in our patch here in West Northants, and I look forward to this work continuing post-May this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Smith.
Thank you, Chair. So, Councillor Randall, what are we getting? Well, I've only got 2 minutes, so I'll do my best, but I'm not going to tell you all the good stuff. But as a matter of interest, the top 50 left-behind areas in this country are all Labour administrations. Just remember that. You mentioned Kings Heath. What are we doing there? We're doing a tremendous amount out there. We're reinvesting in reopening the Shore Start Centre. We're doing a huge amount in the community, as you know. We invested over £140,000 in that area. And don't forget, we were all given £2,500 to assist our communities during COVID. And Rafiq Ashraf, the councillor in Kings Heath, did not spend 1 penny, not 1 penny. She does not care about her community. I could go on. I think I'll just leave you to ponder that. Yes, it is fact. And you will be seeing considerably more about those that didn't spend as well.
Councillor Jolly.
So I wasn't going to speak today, and I don't really have any facts or figures, but the reason why I'm speaking about this motion is honestly, genuinely, I've received an email this morning from a resident who lives in Eastfield. I quote, "There is a big problem with fly tipping the litter on the streets of Eastfield, especially Grange Road and Greenfield Avenue, and not forgetting the potholes. The presence of our community street wardens are scarce. Eastfield seems to have become a neglected area, becoming an eyesore which requires urgent council attention." So please tell me how I respond back to my resident, because it's not the first one, so I would like some advice, because I don't really want to quote your figures.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. I heard comments from different councillors speaking, saying that councillors don't care. Well, I have to say, councillors do care. It doesn't matter whether they're Conservative, Labour, Liberal, Dems or whatever. Every individual in this chamber cares. But the trouble is, some don't care enough. I think these, looking at the list, what is in this document, sounds to me as if it's an election leaflet, because this, I think, will be going out to the people to say what Labour Party done. The Labour Party can't be very happy with what their government is doing, the way they've picked on pensioners, the way they've stopped the heating allowance, the way they've made it difficult for people who are claiming benefits to get benefits. And they've already said they're going to have a look at the benefit system. So, Labour Party, you can't be hoping to get these things written into the agenda unless you sort out your own government. The other thing is what I want to say is I never heard one item mentioned in this list from the Conservatives. Not one. No, not one of you who spoke mentioned anything what's in this article. And one of the things what stuck out to me in this article is about Talavera being the unforgotten area. Talavera is the unforgotten area. Today I drove round Talavera to have a look, and the amount of fly tipping and deprivation that I see in that area. Now, I'm urging whoever takes over the administration is to make Talavera your #1 priority. It will be a pity that I won't be here to see it, but I hope that it does come about.
Thank you, Councillor Meredith.
Okay, I'll sum up.
Your 2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Okay, all right, I'll stop now.
Thank you, Councillor Meredith. Your mic's still on, Councillor Meredith. Can you press your mic?
Oh.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Wahabi.
Thank you, Chair. In order to thrive in West Northants and to be the best we can be, we need excellent services running by staff who are good at their jobs and happy at work. Do we have that? Since 2021, we had 144 compulsory redundancies, 20 in this fiscal year alone. Judging by the budget, there are more redundancy to come in the year 2025-26. At present, there are 407 unoccupied positions. This is a huge number in anyone's book. We use the services of 84 agency workers. We had spent a total of £44 million on agency staff since the beginning of the West Northants Council in 2021, over 7 million in the last year. It seems to me that we need to get the basics right. I do not have faith that a Conservative administration can do that. I support this motion, and it's time for change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Alawapi. We have 7 councillors waiting to speak. Councillor Lister, Hallam, Breeze, Larratt, Sharps and McCord. I will take no more on this subject matter after this because we need to go back to Councillor Randall in order to break. Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Councillor Stone suddenly mentioned audit, and audit is never something that people like. But I would like, on record, to thank our committee. It's a apolitical committee. And our last audit committee, the external auditor, signed our account 23-24, and that is a great achievement for our new council. So when Councillor Stone mentioned that we spend the money not wisely or we are not very good, the external auditor, next time, she should have stayed at audit committee and see and listen to the external auditor. So I want to put the record straight. Audit did a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I stand firmly against
Councillor
this.
Lister.
Thank you, Chair. I stand firmly against this motion. It fails to recognise the real progress this Conservative administration is making, whilst calling for actions the opposition itself failed to put a plan forward to fund when they had the chance at the last budget meeting. They talk about doing things differently on highways, EHCPs and council homes. Yet in the previous budget meeting, they didn't even include these proposals. Now they bring this motion forward with no funding, no coherent plan to deliver on their own suggestions. In my portfolio, our strategy has already delivered tangible results, from transforming £45 million in regeneration grants into hundreds of millions of pounds worth of private investment into major town centre projects. The Greyfriars regeneration, the transformation of the Market Square, and our support for local businesses have driven real economic growth. Through strategic investments such as the Employability Hub at Western Fable and targeted UK SPF funding, we are improving life chances, boosting skills, and strengthening our communities. We're not just talking about change, we're delivering it. Unlike this motion, which is all words and no actions, our approach is a real investment, real outcomes, and a clear vision for the future of West Northamptonshire. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mike Hallam.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll start by correcting a couple of things. Councillor Al-Habi, I can't see you to look at, but I was going to shout you out actually for your help with the relaunching of the website, and then you sort of followed the Labour pattern of putting out some false information about employee sort of stats and culture. So I'll give you some real stats to counteract it, because we've worked really hard to change our culture. So if you check on our Indeed reviews, if you've got your iPad in front of you, you can do it now. We score higher than Northamptonshire Council. We score higher than Birmingham City Council. We score higher than a whole range of councils. And then let's look at an organisation that is really well known and respected for its employee well-being and its culture, John Lewis. We score higher than them. That culture we've worked really hard on. It's mentioned in the employee review as well. But not only do we have that culture, we've backed it off as well. Councillor Roberts, I am sad to see you going off the council. I think when people say we don't work well together, I disagree, and I point to some of the individual relationships that I've had with Labour councillors over the years. You asked me, I don't know how long ago it was, to say, can we sign up to the Real Living Wage Foundation? Well, we've gone over and above that, year after year after year. We've invested heavily in the bottom layer, the least paid in the authority. We've invested heavily, and year on year, we've paid more than the real living wage. Coming on to other things.
Councillor Hallam, is it a point of order, Councillor Roberts? Hold on. I would just check with the monitoring officer. Hold on. Right, Councillor Roberts, unless you're making a point of order, you have no right of reply. As I'm advised by the monitoring officer, Councillor Mike Hallam, can you continue, please?
Thank you. I'll sum up if I can with some extra seconds, because they were meant as compliments, and I was going to end on Councillor Meredith and the news that he is standing down. And my goodness, our relationship has changed over the years, so I shall miss our exchanges in the chamber. What we've done, and my response to Councillor Meredith, is what we've done is actually quite difficult. It's merged 4 councils into one. That's proved really difficult. So we're 4 years into that journey. The world changes around us, and we're going to change with it. So I wish those that are standing down that I've had good relationships with over the years well.
Can I ask you to sum up now?
Summed up.
Thank you. Councillor Breeze.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually prompted to speak by some comments made by Councillor Randall in her opening talk when she talked about the anecdotal conversations she's had with residents, picking up on all the negative aspects. But what she didn't mention were the anecdotal conversations she's had with residents, and I've seen evidence in a letter that she wrote to our waste operatives just yesterday and copied me in on, which was congratulating our waste team on the excellent service they have provided to residents and in dealing with pavements and the environment in Daventry. This is a service that's been provided under a well-run Conservative administration. What a comparison to just up the road to sad, broke, Labour-run Birmingham, overrun with rubbish and rats due to ongoing industrial disputes and desperately awful financial management. I have a whole list of outstanding activities happening in my portfolio, but I'd also like to pick up on something that Councillor Bearsworth just said, which is about listening to what residents have to say. And we've listened to what residents have had to say, and other councillors, about the fly tipping and the litter in our communities. Now, it's people who create this litter and fly tipping. It's not officers, it's not councillors, it's people. So we have started a community safety-led task force working on a clean, build, hold approach to the litter and fly tipping going on. It's based on an outstandingly successful programme led by Councillor Smith in Southbrook and Daventry. Work is well underway and kicks off in various Northampton areas post-election. Remember, it's the public who create this. We're going to work with the public to educate and enforce and try and reduce this blot on our landscape. But it's a well-run Conservative administration that achieves these sorts of things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Phil Larratt. Councillor Breeze, could you press your microphone, please? Councillor Phil Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm very proud of the progress that has been made in the Highways and Transport Department. We came from a very low base, and over the last 4 years, I think we've built a fantastic Highways and Transport team that are now delivering for the residents of West Northamptonshire. We have a team with a good culture, a good experience, and keen to serve our residents. We have this year invested an additional £10 million into improving our road network. £10 million. You can hardly go around Northampton these days without coming to finding a roadworks. We're doing a hell of a lot more differently than we used to, and we're far more efficient. We've invested heavily in new technology for road mender machines and Pothole Pro, thermal road repairers. We're doing a hell of a lot. We know we need £200 million plus to put everything right, but we are going in the right direction. We're being more efficient. The Pothole Pro, for example, carries out road repairs 4 times faster than standard methods. There's a hell of a lot going on, Madam Chairman. You know, we're delivering the Sandy Lane Relief Road that's been an eyesore for years. We've got a real good outcome for Towcester once the Relief Road is open with all the enhancements in the town centre. We've got a bus service improvement partnership that is highly recognised by the DFT and is delivering new services such as the 1713 improved services between Towcester and Milton Keynes and between Brackley and Buckingham these days. Evenley has even got a bus service for the first time in many years. Finally, Madam Chairman, we've worked very, very closely and successfully with Stagecoach to secure a £9.4 million government grant to bring in a fleet of electric buses late next year. I think that's a really fantastic achievement.
Thank you, Councillor Larratt. Your time is up. Councillor Sue Sharps. Councillor Larratt, thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was very impressed by Adam Brown's previous statement that he's fixed the roof when the sun is shining. I thought that was lovely. Well, I think that as we have residents no longer living in their houses due to recent flooding, I don't think that's a brilliant statement to make. You know, everybody sees things differently. You know, they're unable to get any relief on their council tax. You still think the sun is shining. For many of our residents, it's not. We have roads where they're not just roads with potholes in them anymore, they're massive craters. Cars fall into them where I live, and so do they in other places. In Daventry, people put plants into them. Pavements, you're no longer able to walk along them. You know, it's unbelievable. But you still think the sun is shining. It's not a celebration. You are systematically sitting there stating what other people are doing, yet you're unable to see what we're not doing, what you're not doing. And I'm just really sad that that's what you wanted to do with this last meeting. So I'm just going to say that congratulations to you if you think you've done a good job, but yesterday one of your councillors had to take to Facebook to defend the role of your roads and the job that Keir has done with the footpaths in Brackley, but it was not a good job. So the reality of what we see in here and the reality of what is going on outside is, as Councillor Wendy Randall said, two completely places. I could pull up an email and say, this is what one of your councillors said, but I'm not going to do it because, do you know what, it's a bit underhand, isn't it? But if you, Councillor Smith, keep wanting to go on about that
Councillor
fund,
Sharp,
please do.
your 2
It
minutes
just makes
is
you
up.
look bad.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Ian McCord. Could you press your microphone, please, Councillor Sharps?
It doesn't.
Councillor Sharps, can you press your microphone? Thank you. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. These meetings are always turgid. I came here with low expectations and now I'm beginning to dig. Vote for me and things will be just a little bit less rubbish. It makes no odds. They're all the same. The uni party of Labour and Conservative or a Rainbow Alliance will face the same challenges. Care. If you want to fix potholes, fix care. If you want to keep libraries open, fix care. If you want better rural buses, fix care. And no motion tonight is mentioning that. You should know it by now. I've said it a few times. Our budget meeting at the last month, 99.9% agreement with no radical changes. So any promise that doesn't take that into account is dishonest. And Labour have shown themselves in office with the A-team. What a mess they can make to the start of government. Imagine with a local B-team what they will manage to do. And I really look forward to watching Councillor Stone making police cars and fire engines in-house. And even guns. Please, Danielle, don't make the guns in-house. Outsource them. The administration and the Tories, they want to impress us with their record. Rebecca, mentioning 114 notices isn't clever. I don't think any other council managed 2 and 4 months. Tonight, we have strategies for the One West Northants vision on the last day of the council. Vision without action is a daydream, but action without vision is a nightmare, said someone cleverer than me. Arguably, then, we've had the nightmare for 4 years. You haven't done enough. Fast enough, quick enough. Things like children's homes should have been done in the first 6 months, not the last 6 months. Transformation worthy of the name has barely taken place. And no amount of spin is going to show us that things like the planning department has gone from bad to terrible, improved to poor, and has now got aspirations of mediocrity. That's where we're at.
Councillor McCord, can I
it's
ask
time
you
to
to
keep
sum
them
up?
honest,
2
and it's
minutes,
time to ensure
Councillor
that we have
McCord.
people that will vote for you, not them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Sam Rumans. This will be my last speaker on the motion before I go back to Councillor Wendy Randall.
Oh, I didn't think I was going to get called. I was off the end of your list. Yeah, I don't have a huge amount to add on to what Ian said, because Ian's stolen the social care thunder slightly. But I think I would say one thing, and that's we sit in these council meetings and we have big, great debates, and obviously tonight it's very heated because it's the last one before our set of local elections. And I just think, actually, all of us, every single one of us, could do more to look outward and engage with the public. And thinking of which, at the minute, I think there are 31 people watching us on YouTube. So anything that's happening in this room, realistically, most people out there have no idea that it's even happening. And so I think as someone that's stepping down at the coming election in a few weeks' time, to just engage with that and understand that and actually think, well, what do the public really want of us? And so I look at motions that we've got in front of us and just think, well, that's a long list of things that Labour want to attack us over at the coming election. All of the things on that list, I have no doubt at all that tangibly, if they were in power, would it be any different? No. Would day-to-day anyone notice any improvement to the roads? No. Would there be anything tangibly different? Of course not. And that's fundamental. And what Ian does mention about funding and about structure is the key thing. And so if there's one thing that we can actually do long-term as a council, really, whether it's us lot now or the next lot that are in, whatever the shape of that future chamber is to stand together and ask for real change in how this system is structured. Until this system changes fundamentally, nothing's really going to get fundamentally better. That's the only thing we can do as a unified group. The party politics is not really going to solve anything. Not really. We have to stand up together. And so getting changes to social care, getting changes to funding, but really getting changes to structure, to how things actually move, so that people's lives can really get better.
Councillor Rumans.
Thank you.
Councillor Bob Purser, you reserved your right to speak. Reply. Councillor Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair. I was just hesitating before pressing my button. Well, I'm sure we can all agree around this chamber that Councillor McCord is an independent for good reasons. I think we may all care, but have we the right policies and the right priorities? And I think I certainly, as a new councillor, underestimated the difficulty of bringing four councils together. And I think we talked a lot about transformation when we meant integration. And I think we were only just now starting the process of transforming our services. And that's going to be the task for the next council. As a Labour councillor, I want to ask, how have our neediest communities fared during the time of this council? And I think there are areas of progress. I think the LAPs are good. I think the anti-poverty strategy has been good. And I think adult services probably has moved forward significantly. But there are areas where we haven't progressed, and some of our areas look very tired. Litter strewn, as we're saying, and we haven't managed to resolve that. I also think we were very late recognising the scale of the housing issues that we face in this area. And that's a significant challenge for the new council. How do we make sure that everyone lives in a decent house and we have enough houses of the right sort for everyone? I would say that the Labour government proves what can be achieved. In sorting out the health service, we've improved our relations with our European numbers, we're solving the prisons crisis.
Councillor Purser, your time is up. Can you sum up, please? Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, there have been a lot of speakers, so I'm not going to summarise all of that in a short amount of time. At the end of the day, we have control of the finances and we are supposed to do the best we can for the public. We need to be listening to the public. When we do a consultation, it really has got to be meaningful. Time and time again, we have a consultation that is already in a draft form, that is not easy to respond to. They often take about 20 minutes. And so many people just leave them halfway. Our responses are really poor. If we really, really want to make a difference, we really, really need to start listening and connecting to the people. If anybody could say, if any one of you thinks that our roads out there are in good repair, boy, I would take you to places where they aren't, because they're not just like rumble strips. These are driving through craters, and time again, nearly every single day, somebody is getting their car damaged in these craters. They are absolutely shocking. It is the most hot topic there is. And yes, Councillor Breeze, I did put in a letter of thanks to Daventry North, that pretty much, you know, they know what they're doing, they run themselves. They've got staff that are very local, on the ground. They take pride in what they do. And the fly tips of North in the last quarter was 373. I'd imagine it would have been similar for South Northants, which means that's over about 4,000 that are appearing in Northampton. And nothing has changed. We suggested doing the community skips as a trial. You turned it down. You know, you've got to start thinking differently, whether it's working with businesses to get a commercial skip. So
Councillor Randall, your time is up. Do you want to sum up quickly?
And all I will say is,
We have lost some really, really good staff, Councillor Hallam, and staff aren't always happy. And I've told you time and time
your
again,
time is up,
please
Councillor Randall.
speak to them.
We will now ask for the vote, and I will take you to Democratic Services to take for the vote. Those numbers don't add up for me. Okay. Yep, lost. Thank you. The motion is lost. Now, I announced in my chairman's announcements that we would try and break as close to 6:10 as possible to enable those that were fasting for Ramadan. Unfortunately, that has not been able to cease the agenda at 6:10, but we will now break for 10 minutes to allow those that have broken the fast to rejoin us, because some members have left the room because of the fasting. So if we could just take a short break for 10 minutes, please, to enable them to Item 8, 1 West Northamptonshire Plan. I invite Councillor Adam Brown to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've had a couple of comments on this already tonight, so hopefully my opening comments will shed some light on exactly what the plan intends to deliver. So it sets out how we will tackle shared challenges, deliver key priorities and drive real improvements across our area for the benefit of residents. It essentially sets out a single set of outcomes across our area alongside our partners. It's a commitment to create a better future for everyone in our district, ensuring that West Northamptonshire remains a great place to live, work and visit, and one that continues to grow and thrive by strengthening local services, improving health and well-being and enhancing community connections. It also seeks to foster skills, employment and business growth to create more opportunities and drive investment in infrastructure, improving roads, transport, housing and public spaces, whilst protecting the environment, working towards a cleaner, greener and more sustainable future. We undertook an extensive consultation process that included businesses, VCSE groups and the public sector, including parish councils. Their views have been taken into account and incorporated into the final document when it was endorsed at last week's Cabinet meeting. We were pleased that 80% of respondents to the consultation agreed with our direction and priorities, but we also consistently heard that stakeholders want to see detailed, measurable and actionable steps to achieve our vision and transparency in what we do. The next step will be to set out a clear delivery plan with milestones, deadlines and commitments that can be monitored so that everyone can see our progress against our priorities. The One West Northamptonshire Plan is more than just a vision, it's a commitment to working together in new and ambitious ways to shape the future of our area. I want to thank every individual business and organisation that contributed to this consultation and all of the officers who have worked so hard in putting together the plan alongside me. Those voices have been invaluable in shaping this plan, and their continued involvement will be key to making it a success. Together, we can harness the opportunities for growth, create a thriving economy, and improve prosperity for everyone who calls West Northamptonshire home. And the Council will continue to work hand in hand with all stakeholders to ensure this plan delivers on its promises.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Matt Golby to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Happy to second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Daniel Criven.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to highlight some excellent partnership working that's happened in my ward, Moulton Ward. It's regarding the new Moulton GP Surgery and Medical Centre. Just goes to show what partnership working can do and what can actually achieve. We've worked very closely, local members, myself, Mike Warren and John Shepherd have worked closely with the parish council and officers, the GPs locally and the ICB. Just goes to show how when people get together and work well, it actually delivers good things for the local community. So we're just looking forward to the building work starting on this. I just wanted to just highlight that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a real missed opportunity in this report to really define our place and an actual shared vision. There isn't really a vision, and it's not a bold document, as today's press release suggests, but I do place some of the responsibility on that as part of the fact that we've kind of had to create it. I really think that we should have been looking more at linking it directly to the corporate plan, because more paper like this, more strategies like this that don't have a delivery plan behind them that people can see really mean nothing. There's no mention of improving roads, 91% require improvement. There's nothing further to support SEND services beyond the current programme. The only areas mentioned in thriving neighbourhoods are town centres and existing regeneration plans. There's no mention of left behind neighbourhoods or improving areas with few amenities to thrive. There are some spelling mistakes. We need to correct those. It's a really important document. There's no plan for delivering social housing. The LC whips being refreshed in the plan don't really exist at the minute, and our flagship Abington active travel scheme in Abington still hasn't really got anywhere. We've got nothing said about how we'd work with partners to deliver on net zero by 2045. and act as the stewardship role mentioned in the plan. We've got nothing about cleaning streets and tackling fly tipping beyond our statutory powers, which isn't working so far, and flooding, which affects so many of our residents, is only mentioned twice without no actual plan on using partners to help prevent it. When we wrote the anti-poverty strategy, I was really proud to be part of it, and I said I'm proud to have been part of this process, and I'm pleased that we've got, whilst considering all options, maintained our desire to achieve real change and implement a strategy that can deliver results. This document doesn't help deliver those results, and I'm really disappointed that, again, there's no poverty impact assessments attached to any of these reports from Cabinet members. Councillor Goldberg, you promised me we'd get it in there, and it's still not in there. You said to me on the break, we work really well together.
Roberts, your 2
Can we
minutes.
please get a proper poverty impact statement attached to these reports for the following council year?
Thank you,
Chair.
Councillor Roberts. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. I was somewhat taken aback when I read some of these statistics that I found on page 15. The average rent for a proper three-bedroom house in this county is between £950 and £11,000 a month. £1,100 a month, which is exorbitantly high for people who are on low incomes. And we have an awful lot of people working in warehouses and shops that don't earn anywhere near enough money to buy that. You've also got 202 homeless people, which to me is an awful recommendation. You know, it's just awful that people haven't got a home to live in. You talk about in the next decade you're going to build 21,000 new homes, but it doesn't say if they're council property or if they're affordable. And affordable, as you know, is only 80% of market value, and it isn't always reachable by people on low incomes. That's why, in the budget, we put forward an extra 20 million to buy houses for our homeless people. We put something in which you didn't accept at the time, and I just thought it was a good idea to try and get as many people into a home as possible. You've got physically active children and young people meeting recommendation levels of activity at 47%, but there's 52% of children that aren't. That's a huge number of children that we know we're suffering with obesity and problems like that with children, and all those problems, and the activity that gets children to do things properly rather than get involved in gangs and other forms of things like that. There's lots of things in here I could raise, but those to me are the most important, that homelessness and the fact of the rents of properties in our town and county are very, very expensive, and to pay 282...
Thank you, Councillor Beardsworth.
Yeah, for a house is out of reach for a lot of people.
Thank you, Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you.
Councillor Daniel Stone.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a big disconnect between what the council says it's doing, what it says it wants to be doing, and what it actually is doing. I could take each priority in the plan in front of us in turn and debunk the myths around it, but I'll take just one. So priority 5, best place to grow up. In my ward, I have children living in serious overcrowding. I have children growing up in absolute poverty. I have children growing up in relative poverty. I want to remind Council that whether as a county or a unitary, the Conservatives have been responsible for most of our services since 2005, 20 years. Children's services went into special measures in 2013. They still require improvement. The journey towards the provision of good services has been impeded by 4 main things. We've had at least 8 directors of children's services since 2013, a recipe for absolute disaster. The infrastructure needed to deliver good services has simply never been there and remains fragmented. The lack of integration of all our enabling services, HR, customer services, crucially IT, means the frontline staff have many obstacles in their way and have to spend too much time on things that takes them away from their primary duties. We've had a huge turnover in staff, not helped by us not having a key worker strategy. The other main factor has been the loss of our early help services, deliberate decision-making, taking away Sure Start and our youth services. Our inability to intervene early has led to expensive crisis management. It takes a village to grow a child, but your administration, over the years, have taken the village away.
Councillor Wendy Randall.
Thank you, Chair. I did make some points at Cabinet last week, but I will make them again. I don't think this is the best piece of work that it could be. It was supposed to be cross-party. That's never happened. But for me, you know, it's a consultation again. 220 responses is not good. It's not good at all. And I'd really like to know actually where you reached out to. So on points 5 and 6, did we go into schools to gain, you know, their views? Did we go into care homes? Did we approach the hard-to-reach areas? Because we've got to do this so much better. I'd like to know what partners we engaged with, because that's not outlined in the plan either. This could have been so much better. And, you know, a lot of this reflects to the failures of the county council. And some of you, I believe, would have been involved in that. And the Sure Starts was, I can remember campaigning, please, and begging, please, don't close those Sure Start centres, because it might save you some money now, but boy, is that going to cost you a long way down the road. And indeed it has. And we have failed so many children in the time that they have been closed. We've got the family hubs coming. We're talking about the family hubs, I don't know, 2 years now. Yes, we've got the one coming in Toaster. It's going to be lovely, all singing and dancing. Where's the rest of them going to be? We've got staff in place. Don't even know where they're going to be yet. And I hope they're not just going to be a room in a little hut somewhere. Thank you.
Councillor Al-Wahabi.
Chair, I have to tell you that as well as fly tipping, it's the state of the road that people raise with me all the time. Conservatives have been in charge of highways since 2005, 20 years. The result is disappointing, to say at least. Road traffic accidents continue to be an issue, resulting too often in death or serious injury. We need to pay attention to what the families of those affected are saying and making our roads safer. It's great the government has given our authority near £4 million to deal with potholes. I'm hoping that means the road where I live will become safer. Every time I drive along Beveridge Road, I think there is a disaster waiting to happen. A motorist ahead of me veered to the right to avoid potholes. It's particularly bad on the bend opposite the nursery schools. Why is this not a priority to repair? Road signs hidden by overgrown bushes and trees are another issue. Surely this is easy to remedy. Poor lighting often means road signs cannot actually be read, even if they are visible. Road marking have disappeared in many areas, creating hazard conditions. Redundant CCTV on our roads is taken out and replacing up with the up-to-date digital equipment. This might help prevent speeding that we all witness. 20 miles an hour in residential areas seems to work in other parts of the county.
Councillor Al-Awabi, we have 2 minutes.
Okay. But our administration seems to continue to let cars speed. 20 miles an hour saves lives. And
Thank you,
pollution.
Councillor Al-Awabi. Councillor Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. An excellent plan we have before us, which gives the opportunity for all of us to reflect on our areas and collectively across our district. I can absolutely tell you, Madam Chairman, that from the Hunsbury perspective, that many of our people enjoy very much a very good, high-quality lifestyle. Many people work very hard for it, as we know. Others are retired or growing into their new lives. It has to be said that we welcome all those new people and new residents to our area with open arms, but at the same time, we absolutely know that delivering services that make a difference is what we need to do here. We absolutely also know that they're not cheap. We are not the cheap council, but we deliver quality services in a really robust way. On priority 6, best place to live and age well, I will say that we have some wonderful places in our county and a very vibrant West Northamptonshire. We are very proud of it, but we're also very lucky to have those places, and we need to look after them and cherish them. We have a vibrant county, and I will say, if I can just put a quote in for working in partnership, everything with the University of Northamptonshire, and as an example, the Merge Futures event that we have coming up at the University on the 13th of June, that's hard-working West Northamptonshire officers and councillors who put those things together. They really are important. They come with an enterprising feel. They encourage jobs, investment, and inward investment, which is what we desperately need into our area. Madam Chairman, the report is really encouraging. Clearly, there will be areas that need to have lots of work and continuing to work on that. We shouldn't be complacent. But let's be positive and proud about our areas. And I have to say, in Hunsbury, all our good, hard-working Conservative councillors and colleagues always do get that job done. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It seems to be the rigour tonight to mention which ward you represent, but I think most members know which ward I represent anyway. Just in case. There are actually some really good things in this plan as a start point and a basis. So the word that we just heard is encouraging. I would use the word encouraging. I guess the point I want to make is that there was a launch event held for this, which was at Catesby, which is not the easiest place to get to for many people. And I think I was the only opposition councillor there, and the Labour political assistant Josh was there. I don't think that's a poor reflection on my colleagues in opposition. I think it was a weekday, it was a Wednesday morning, and it was at a difficult place to get to. Subsequently, there hasn't really been much dialogue. Now, if you take the example of the local plan, whether you like it, loathe it, or hate what's going into it, there is the opportunity to contribute to the local plan through a series of workshops that have been held both online. They've been held physically. We've done really nothing of that from a full engagement of councillor point of view. So my plea would be, let's keep the basis of the good ideas, the encouraging word. Let's keep this as a draft at this stage. I know you put your lovely press release out today, but I think we should keep it as a draft document. And I would suggest that whatever the shape of the council is after the 1st of May, those new councillors should have the opportunity to fully engage with this document and make it a collective document for all to take part in. So a good start, good basis, but not enough engagement from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. This is a, excuse me, it's a good report, but it doesn't go far enough, because I'd like to ask a question of every councillor in this chamber. How many councillors in this chamber, when this meeting finished, will go out and talk to the homeless? I doubt very few. Be a few councillors here I know who do go and talk to them, and I talk to them quite regularly. I also support the Tuesday night team who go out and regularly and every Tuesday night and feed the homeless. And I think this is a slant on this council. When this meeting finishes, do you know that there's 8 people, at least 8 people are homeless who sleep in the archways outside? We was walking this afternoon, and there was a lady and a man, and they was going round the street looking for cardboard. Going through the bins looking for cardboard so they can sleep. And it seems to me that we are forgetting the homeless, because they are human beings. They're there not through their own fault. Most of them have health issues, which we should address, but they can't. You can't even get a national health dentist these days. And you go to a private dentist and it costs you a fortune just to have a fill-in. It's absolutely appalling. So all these things are not in this report, which should be. And I urge the councillors, when you have time, if you're elected next time, go out and talk to the homeless, support them, give them some of the money to buy food, buy the food for them that we get from our salary, which we get. And they will be appreciated. I myself have actually homed 3 homeless people in the last 3 months.
Thank you, Councillor Meredith. Your
and that
time is up. Thank
okay,
you, Councillor
okay. I'll just sum up. And that is a great problem. And it's a problem
Councillor
which we have to
Meredith,
face
your
as
time
a
is
council.
Up. Thank you.
Okay.
I will now go to Councillor Matt Golby, who reserved his right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we have to remember this plan is a strategic document, isn't it? And I think in some of the comments we've gone from strategic to very granular, notwithstanding some of those issues are very important. But I was at the event in Catesby and I was struck by the enthusiasm of everybody there, all of the partners that were really up for getting behind this plan and making it work and delivering growth for our patch in a real positive way. So, and there was actually accusations earlier of this being misguidedly positive, and I think we've got to remember if the Labour group ever do get into any sort of power or administration, we've got to talk the place up and stop talking it down. We've got a fantastic area. We know what our challenges are. We talk about them all the time, but we've got to talk about some of the good things, because we have got some fantastic places, fantastic businesses, fantastic organisations that are really delivering for West Northamptonshire. And there's the link also mentioned around where is this being delivered? Well, the whole point of it is it links with national, regional and local policy, and the delivery point of those policies and strategies that we talk about, that we've got on the agenda this evening. So I think it is a very positive plan, something we need to get behind. Maybe it does need some more work in terms of what can we do, as Councillor Harris mentioned, in the next administration. Let's keep it as a live document, but let's be positive, because that's what this plan is about, delivering positivity and positive growth for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salisbury-Timms, I'm afraid we've ceased the part of the agenda where the members comment on this. We're in the process of summing up and gone back to the proposer. So I'm not allowed to permit you to speak, so I will go to Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you. I'll
to respond to the debate.
Councillor Golby's set out very succinctly what the document intends to do, and I think some of the points raised during the debate went to the underlying strategies and policies within the council that are not intended to be captured by the One West Northamptonshire plan. Councillor Roberts raised some extremely valid concerns, but they're just never intended to form part of this plan. And there's a list as long as your arm of things that she wanted to include, and yet her Labour colleague at the back of the room who spoke in the public open session wanted the document to be more succinct. It's got to be one or the other. Councillor Cribbin mentioned quite rightly the fantastic work that Moulton ward councillors have done to ensure that we can finally deliver the Moulton Health and Wellbeing Centre by working in partnership with the ICB. That's exactly the kind of partnership working this document intends to highlight and drive forward. Councillor Beardsworth, we didn't turn down the principle of the extra of any money, any investment in housing to house homeless individuals. It just didn't require a budget amendment at that time, because we can take that approach on a case-by-case basis. Councillor Stone was going to debunk the best place to grow, but then she didn't, because she only spoke about the past, and this is, of course, a forward-looking document, but note her comments. Councillor Randall repeated some of her comments at Cabinet, but asked, have we consulted people in the education sector? Yes, we have. Councillor Al-Wahabi, I think, may have got his notes mixed up. He seemed to be speaking to item 9 and not this one, but I hope that Councillor Lowett was listening and he'll respond in due course. University, Councillor Gonzalez de Savage, really important partner. And Councillor Harris, there's nothing to stop the next council from revisiting this document should it wish to do so. Dennis, fantastic charitable endeavours. I think you should be applauded for what you're doing on that front.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I will now go to the vote. Thank you. The plan is passed. I will now go to item 9 on the agenda, West Northamptonshire Council Local Transport Plan. I invite Councillor Phil Larrick to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to present this strategy for adoption tonight. It's a new local transport plan for West Northants. Officers with consultant input have been working on this plan since the summer of 2023, and I hope members will agree that it's a good piece of work which we can all support. The Council has a statutory requirement to have an up-to-date local transport plan, and the plan forms part of the Council's policy framework. It provides direction to everything we do in the highways and transport service. The plan sets out a long-term vision for how we want to improve the local transport system and sets out our policies and major schemes for how we will deliver this in the coming years. In doing so, it provides a guide to officers, members and our residents regarding what we will prioritise and resource. As I say, this is the first local transport plan of West Northamptonshire Council and replaces the 2012 County Council plan. The plan has been guided in its development by officer, councillor and wider transport stakeholder groups. Please don't say we don't consult and engage, Councillor Randall. The councillor stakeholder group was cross-party to ensure the plan enjoys broad political support. Recognising that transport contributes to numerous policy objectives and council priorities, the project board, comprising of officers from across highways and transport, planning, environment, public health, regeneration and economic development, has seen the delivery of the plan, a broad-based approach. The draft plan was consulted on in the autumn, and the papers include a report on the feedback received and the updates that we have made in response. We've listened and we've made changes. 476 separate responses were received. We have listened to feedback and concerns of local residents and have applied changes to the plan accordingly. These are summarised in the "You Said, We Did" section of the consultation report. I would like to thank all who participated in the development of the plan and in its consultation. The plan itself provides a long-term strategy with an implementation plan for the next 5 years. Central to the plan is its 2045 vision for local transport and its 6 transport objectives presented under the themes of connecting people better, shaping healthier places, mobility enabling prosperity. Madam Chairman, the plan covers all areas of local transport service provision and includes section on connectivity, bus, rail, road safety, maintenance, freight and rural accessibility. There are also policy sections on how we will embrace future technology and engage with local communities in delivering transport improvements. Following the adoption of the plan, focus will turn to its delivery. As part of this, we will produce a series of supporting strategies and action plans. For example, the Daventry, Towcester and Brackley Elsey whips that will be coming to Cabinet in April. And these will flesh out further detail on the transport improvements we will be seeking to deliver. Finally, Madam Chairman, I'm proud of the plan we have produced and I am confident it will provide an effective network for investment in our local transport system for the benefit of our residents. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I will now go to Councillor Tony Bagot-Webb to second the proposal. Hold on a moment. Thank you. Your mic, sir.
Right. Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to support this very important document of the local transport plan. Also pleased to see it will ratify the active travel and also then take us into the LC whips. I'm therefore very pleased to support or second its adoption and reserve my right to speak.
Are there any members of the council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair. There are not many things I agree with Councillor Larratt on, but I welcome the conclusion of this piece of work, and it was a cross-party initiative and there was wide public consultation on it. Thank the officers for their efforts, and actually the consultants here, I think, did a good piece of work. Together with the local walking and cycling plans, I think it gives us a solid foundation, and it really now is about delivery. We do need to take seriously the comments of the public about the bus services and about access to transport in our rural areas. We need to reduce people's social isolation, both in towns and in the rural areas. I've got 3 concerns. One is that our sustainable urban extensions are very car-dominated. Our terraced streets face terrible parking problems at the moment, and we've still got a problem with our town centre in Northampton and its transport arrangements. We need to improve road safety. It's terrible that 15 to 20 people a year lose their life on our roads, and several hundreds of people have their lives changed by serious road accidents. There are some good lessons around the country in terms of reducing emissions and improving road safety. London and Wales, and I'm pleased to say that they are Labour authorities. So we need to move towards more sustainable methods of transport. That involves us all changing the way we move about. We all need to walk and cycle more, and that is the real challenge that we face, to change the way we move, and as a council we need to support that change in behaviour.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. Members can all agree that this statutory document is long overdue, the last one being produced by the County Council 14 years ago, as Councillor Larratt has mentioned. I'd like to focus on the active travel aims. Comments relating to active travel and rural active travel were the 3rd highest category of comments submitted to the consultation. And 3 years ago, when WNC launched its big conversation, cycle lanes and active travel connectivity were the most important themes identified by residents. But what do we have to show for it in the last 4 years? Built by WNC, a 1,300-metre track in Delaprey Park, and the cycle route between Middlemore and Daventry, which opened, I believe, in 2020, remains unfinished. So when Comms announces WNC has opened up to active travel routes, it doesn't actually mean that we have a lot more routes available now. Rather, the Commission consultants have led the process of LC whips, the ones for Daventry, Towcester and Brackley almost 3 years ago, and they're only finally going to Cabinet next month. And as for Northampton, the first draft of that was 2020, and I think the consultation will now open early autumn of this year. There's so many initiatives that WNC doesn't seem to even to be aware of to encourage cycling, such as the yearly Sustrans Big Walk and Wheel School Challenge. Thousands of schools nationally take part in this, but not a single one in West Northants to my knowledge. I sincerely hope that in the next phase of this unitary council, after the May elections, the administration will lead by example and do a better job of promoting walking and cycling than in the last 4 years. It was something of an embarrassment that only 2 members, myself and Councillor Bagot-Webb, 2 out of 93, attended an excellent active travel England study tour at Coventry, a city where the car is no longer king and roundabouts have become green spaces and the whole area is now subject to a 20 miles per hour.
Councillor Humphreys, your time is up.
May I just add one more sentence?
One sentence,
Thank
yes.
you. The transformation of cities such as Coventry and Leicester with plentiful, safe and attractive routes for walkers and cyclists is possible if the political will and the leadership is there to drive it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Herring.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate the motion that came, or rather the petition that was presented to us by the chairman of Farthinghoe Parish Council. Councillors who won't know this road probably will not realise that there's a very serious pinch point in the road, and lorries, if they meet at that point, actually collide and get stuck and then try and reverse round a country lane. The A422 is a main route between the M40 and the M1, and is very much overused now because of the expansion of all the logistic warehouses actually in Banbury, just across the border. But I have to say that the chairman of the parish council is wrong, and that with the support of fellow councillor Rebecca Breeze, we made sure that mention was put into the local plan. And I urge all councillors to bear in mind that if we are unsuccessful, or we will try to get mitigation in the interim, but I think the possibility of a bypass for this village should remain on the agenda if monies become available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Salisbury-Timms. Councillor Herring, could you press your mic off, please? Thank you. Councillor Salisbury-Timms.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mick for coming today about the Farthinghoe bypass. We did promise this would stay on the agenda. There was money that was put forward for that from the County Council at the time and South Northants to help fund any feasibility going forward. But we have got to be realistic. Are you promising that the government, the DfT, are going to fund this or not? Like I said to you, are you going to say to Farthinghoe, you're best off getting a lottery ticket because they've got more chance than us getting the funding for them to have their bypass? So, for my point, is it realistic? Are we actually going to go forward with this? There is a proposal for the B4525 to be upgraded. That will be a cost of £10 million compared to the cost of the bypass. Or are we actually going to put the weight restrictions in? None of this is put in any plan because you've took it off. Now, the other thing, which is what I've also said about Middleton Cheney, is about the bus network and the connectivity to Northampton, which we have the 500 bus, which takes us through to Brackley, and then we need to enhance the Brackley to Northampton route. And hopefully Labour, with their bus service proposal going through Parliament, that will enact the money to do that. Whether that does or not, or whether that's fruitful, I don't know. The 200 bus is also important to Middleton Cheney. That allows students to get to college. It's not just Banbury they go to, it's also Northampton College in Daventry, and they use the 200 bus for that. And I've always been an advocate of putting Weedon Station back and working with the rail networks to actually put a Parkway station back in at Weedon, as you've already put a bypass there, and it can be done. So,
Councillor Salisbury-Timms, your time is up. Can you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you press your mic off, please, Councillor Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Chairman, we're looking at a 5-year plan. Councillor Larratt has said it has long-term aspirations up to 2045. If you look at the pretty aspirational schemes, they come to a total of 1.5 billion or so. There's no mention of the orbital road, which has been a spectre around the north of Northampton for some time. Can he clarify what his intention is in regard to the orbital road in reference to this plan? And if indeed it is the case that it is not properly, it is properly omitted from the time period up to 2045, can he say so that it's not going to be, any work is going to be done on that period? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rumans. Councillor Shepherd, can you switch your mic off? Councillor Rumans.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Councillor Harris, what is it I'm meant to do? I say, I'm Sam Rumans and I'm from Kingsthorpe North. Is that right? Okay. Unfortunately not standing, of course. It actually really follows Councillor Shepherd, and it's a plea, really, as well as wanting clarification on exactly where the council now stands on the Orbital Road. Obviously, it's being deferred as part of the current report, the current plan. It's been going for 55 years now, this road, in the first iterations of the Northampton 1970 Grand Master Plan, or whatever it was called back in the day. And it's even more important every year that's gone by to have got the thing built, because the number of houses that we've got, the number of people we've got, cars and everything else, have only increased and increased exponentially in the last few years. I would just please keep this majorly at the centre of future plans, and please do what you can to work with our MPs, work with government to try and find a way to get the funding for it, because we are so bitterly held back as a town by not having a proper road network that goes all the way around strategically for business development, purely for helping out our patch in Kingsthorpe to do with pollution and congestion, and so many other things. And we've got the opportunity now of a resurrected Oxford to Cambridge Arc. There is potential, if we are strategic about this and if we are clever about this, to maybe have a project like that shoehorned into the kind of Oxford-Cambridge Arc situation. And so just don't let it, I know you're saying defer to look at it further. Let's not have that sit on the back of the shelf for years. Let's make sure we're actively researching it, finding the money for it, and looking for a way to bring it forward, because it will have such big benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Breeze.
Thank you. Actually, most of what I've said has been said by others, and so I won't seek to repeat it, other than on the Farthinghope bypass, I think it is important it remains prominent in the document, because things change, and it is important that should circumstances, change of government, funding come available, it is at the forefront. And in the meantime, Councillor Herring and I will pester and harry our officers to come up with a workable plan that will ease the problems faced by residents and indeed road users who meet large HGVs on this notorious pinch point. On the broader document and the issue of rural buses, which is so important, we've got to find a way of replacing the convenience of the car for our residents. But there's an ambition for people to have rural transport, but once it's there, we need to persuade them to use it. And that's something that we haven't actually addressed, is encouraging people onto buses. 3 or 4 years ago, there was a proposal to cut the bus that runs from Banbury to Brackley through Chatham. Studies showed that on this bus that went every 3 hours, there was an average of 1 or 2 people in Chatham, and Chatham were desperate to keep their bus. But they wanted it for when the car had broken down, or there was another reason why they couldn't use their cars. We have to replace that mindset and make the bus and sustainable transport the first choice rather than a backstop. And that's what I'd really like to see addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have 5 councillors waiting to speak. I'll take the last councillor, Cecile Ivering-Swift, and then I will take it back to the proposer. So Councillor Keith Holland-Delamere.
Okay, thank you. So I'll try not to repeat all the points that I made at Cabinet the other week. We are beholden to one provider for much of the bus services in our area. And at the moment, we still have recovering from the COVID period in terms of frequency of buses. And there's been so many complaints in my area about the reliability of our buses and how it dissuades people from making that modal shift that Councillor Breeze was talking about. We need to be really realistic about making sure that our buses are sustainable, but also holding accountable to, unfortunately, one provider that we're utterly dependent on and whose whim we're basically beholden to in terms of what services we get. We do need to look at the community transport. We need to look at alternative providers. I look forward to eventually something in terms of devolution and the ability for us to work with partners to get alternatives so that we're no longer beholden to one transport provider for pretty much all of our buses in this area. So I think it's good to talk to them, but please, again, talk to councillors on a more frequent basis both rural and urban councillors, to make sure that we are shaping and not just listening to one partner who will basically dictate what they want, and then we just have to swallow it.
Thank you. Councillor McCord. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sharps.
He doesn't look like me, he's shorter. I attended almost all of the workshops that we had to do with this. I enjoyed it. I found it very interesting, but also it was very good cross-party working, I felt. I will pay a compliment to Councillor Bagot-Webb because he was very diligent throughout. I can't pay that same compliment to Councillor Larratt. Every time I've asked him a question, he's just been, frankly, rude to me. What I would like to point out is that this is a good report. It's well documented. It has a lot of policy. I can see this moving forward well. So from my point of view, it has everything that we want in it. Active travel routes, it has cycling, it has school-safe connections, it has reduced time, efficient buses. It is cost-sensitive. That's possibly where Councillor Larratt's going to come for me, and that's quite okay. And it has noise and air quality for our environment for the future. That, again, is extremely important. I have a pause because as you go through, some are proceed and some are pause and some will most probably be delay. But again, with a piece of work this large, that is what we expect. It is a piece of work for the future. So again, I want to say congratulations to everybody who had anything to do with this, because it's a big piece of work. And I want to see as much of this delivered as possible. But again, I'm going to say it's a huge undertaking. It's a great shame it's taken as long as it has. But if you do it and do it well, that's what it will do. So I'm going to say thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too want to support Farthinghoe Parish Council, Mick Morris and the community. They've been wanting their road for years. It needs to be bypassed, and what we need is the political will to do it. When this council found it was 20 million short funding gap on a road in Northampton, we could manage to find the cash and plug the gap. It's lacking political will, and there's no other explanation for not moving that forward. And we've wasted over £1 million doing surveys and things to lead people to the top of the hill, to lead them back down again. There's a few things that are also going to be needed. You need to extend your backbone to the full length of your spine and end the parent-child relationship between Northamptonshire highways or West Northamptonshire highways and national highways. They're not in charge of everything, and we should be able to stand up to them and say, well, we're going to do this on our network if we wish to. I also suggest that we begin to look outside Northampton. The Toaster Relief Road, when that will be finally opened and finally doing the connection to the 43, it'll be about 2 years late. And there's been no action taken against the developers whenever they hit that 1,016 milestone in January of last year. And it's never mentioned in any update to Cabinet because it's not in Northampton. Now, members also made some other points, and I think it would be useful to mention fatalities. And now members are maybe aware there was another fatality on the A5 in my ward just a few days ago with a biker. And if you go up the A5 less than a mile in the opposite direction, you'll still see the memorial site from a previous fatality. But we also need to start recording non-fatal and non-injury accidents, because we don't hold them anywhere in our official statistics. And we all know of roads where there are accidents happening time and time again.
Councillor McCord,
and they're not being
you've
recorded.
reached your
and
2
officially,
minutes.
they never happened.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. A great deal of empathy for the conversations about Farthinghoe. The reality is, though, you could switch and transplant the names of any other village to the north of the area. Cold Ashby, Welford, Lamport, all suffer huge problems, particularly when there are major issues on the National Highways network, which I have to say seems to be increasingly regular. I know Cold Ashby made written representation, which didn't make it into this particular document, but I do think we need to think more broadly about some of the pressures that are being faced by our rural communities. These are villages that are not built for traffic, they're just not. We need to think about using the moving traffic powers more. That's one way to prevent certainly the larger vehicles going through it. But I think that the key thing is, this is an example of a strategic decision, whenever that strategic decision was made, to make West Northamptonshire what it is now, the largest distribution centre of the whole of the country. 3,300 warehouses and growing. If you do that, you're going to get more traffic, you're going to get more vehicles, you're going to get bigger trucks, and you're going to get more problems. So this is the point. Join the dots up. We need to think about the strategies and connect them, not just in glorious isolation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Irving Swift.
Yes, Councillor Harris said that Cold Ashby didn't make the document. Yes, he did, because it's mentioned in the document. And I'm glad, because if money is fine, they might consider to see what can be done on top of what is already been done for Cold Ashby. And I'm glad to report Councillor Larratt has never been rude to me, nor to the Cold Ashby residents. And we did work very closely to them, and they were thankful for, after 20 years of being ignored, but we carry on saying there is a problem. And National Highway did help us to find the problem. So we had a very good conversation, we had a very good understanding of what is the problem, and I hope that at one point Cold Ashby could have a bypass, but it may be in the distant future. But thank you, and it is in the document.
Thank you. I will now go back to Councillor Tony Bagot-Webb, who reserved his right to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding Farthinghoe, I've been very involved in the mitigation work that's been going on, and also attended the public meeting last Monday. Even if the bypass were to be approved, it would be at least 5 years before anything actually happened. Between now and then, urgent action is required to make that pinch point safe. And anything we can do to move that forward, even if it just be a weight limit, should be achieved. Finally, coming back to LC whips, the sooner we can get those approved, it'll make a big improvement in deploying some urgent work in some of the major towns. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite Councillor Phil Larratt to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and can I thank every member who's contributed to this debate. It's good to have support from so many members across the council. Road safety, I think, has come up on a couple of occasions. And road safety, of course, is our one of our top priorities. In fact, it's the the highest priority in many respects. And we are very aware of the accident rate that we currently incur, and we do need to be getting that down. Sustainability is important, and that's something we're working on through the plan. Again, active travel is something that's come up on several occasions, and we've got the 3 LC whips coming to Cabinet in April, and they will then be form part of the strategy, and we can get on dealing with how we're going to progress what's in those plans. But I think as well we've got a big issue that we have got a lot of cycling and walking infrastructure. For example, if you take Panatoni Park, that the developer has installed and put in, it's absolutely great infrastructure, but there's no connection between that and Northampton. So I think we've got to look at what we've got and how we connect everything up and make it work, whether it's in Daventry, Brackley, whatever. And we have campaigned significantly to get the A43 overbridge big enough. But thanks everybody for the comments. I could go on, buses, etc. There is a lot going on, and we're committed to new bus services. New one gone in very recently, connecting evenly to a bus service for the first time in years.
Thank you, Councillor Larratt. We will now go to the vote. Yeah. The plan is passed. Go to item 10, Corporate Parenting Strategy Annual Report. I invite Councillor Fiona Baker to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. The local authorities and their partners are responsible for ensuring that children in care and care leavers are as safe and well cared for as any other child. Corporate parenting responsibilities rest not only with social workers and their managers, but with council officers and members and any other agency that provides services and support to children in care, such as health services, housing departments, the police and schools. Corporate parenting have specific duties for young people leaving care and making the journey into independence. The report sets out the role, the structure and the activity of the Corporate Parenting Board, including progress achieved against the Corporate Parenting Strategy priorities in progress. We are making great improvements in this board, and we have added a great deal of services to support our care leaves particularly. We recently had training for the Corporate Parenting Board, which many members here attended, and we are then fully operational, ready to go forward. Our next inspection from the Department of Education will be in this area. And just to sort of say that in the past, it has been inferred by my colleague here that the Children's Trust is a separate organisation and they do what they like. And in actual fact, that's not true, because I know the Chief Executive, the DCS, many other officers, Councillor Golby and myself spent an awful lot of our lives at meetings with the Children's Trust, scrutinising what they're doing, giving suggestions, putting plans in place to help them do what they need to do. So I've just put this forward for approval, Chair.
Thank you. I'll invite Councillor Pinder Chauhan to second the proposal.
Madam Chairman. That's me.
Fiona, could you... Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I'm happy to second the report and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to speak on the report? Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. So I was pleased to see that this report actually did have the word poverty referenced in the community impact statement, but then I was disappointed to see that there's absolutely no poverty impact assessment carried out. Welcome the report and the work of the Corporate Parenting Board, but just wanted to highlight a few areas. There's only 35.6% of children in care that received a health check within 28 days of entering care, down from 72% the previous year. Only 60% of children in care had an up-to-date dental check, and the report outlines major issues in NCT reporting data, including resorting to writing to third-party accommodation providers to give the latest updates on appointments. 12 out of the 19 KPIs on the scorecard, do not have an allotted target. It still says TBC. There's little mention of SEND children in care and any tailored support they receive. We didn't seemingly take any steps or attempts to review or investigate that. And there's no number of the percentage given for children accommodated outside of Northamptonshire. It's really important, obviously, that we know this, given it's part of the board's strategy to keep children in county. I also wanted to reference in this report and in the next the importance of our social workers, and there's a lot of evidence in there that we've done some really good work in improving the recruitment of our social workers. Social Work England are currently consulting on increasing their fees from £90 to £120 and a 1.85% per year then increase thereafter. Real big impact on our social work staff and will not support our retention. We can respond to that consultation, so I hope we and the corporate parenting board do, and that we forcefully provide a response to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points. I totally agree with what Councillor Roberts have said so far. I mean, we really have to look at the SEND children in our care and whether they're getting the right service from us. To me, always is prevention is the key for stopping children coming into care in the first place, and I keep banging on about it. But it's still, we have to work with parents, we have to work with children, we have to work with families to see if children can be kept in the home, which is a much safer and better place for them to be. I'm always delighted when we actually get some people come along with their fostering people and talk to us, and it's lovely to see that they're so confident and progressing well. It's a joy to see them. The other point I would make is that we're all corporate parents when you become a counsellor. You're all corporate parents. And I was very disappointed the other day when we actually had the corporate parenting training, which took place earlier this month, in the last quarter of the council. It should have been done at the beginning, so we could have helped new councillors to understand what corporate parenting was all about. But hopefully this will be rectified in the first quarter of the new council, because it's so important we all face our responsibilities with the children that we are to look after. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go back to Councillor Shahan, who reserved her right to speak.
I have no comments, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I will now invite Councillor Fiona Baker to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chairman. Just as a reminder, and probably our democratic services can actually look this up if I ask them, give them plenty of time, but I won't do that. When we started this council, probably 4 years ago now, Olivia Eyes, the director from the Children's Trust, did come and give training to all councillors on corporate parenting a month or so into the start of our council. So we did do that then. This is probably a much better training that we're having now, because it is not to be detrimental to Olivia in any way, but this is the LGA training. It is much more comprehensive, and we would probably suggest that that would be the best one going forward for all of our parents to have. And I do agree with Councillor Roberts that the health performance with all children, not just children in care, is very poor. It affects our SEND children, it affects our children in care. So I'd just like to put this forward for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote. The report is approved. Item 11, Children's Trust Annual Report. I will go back to Councillor Fiona Baker.
Thank you. You've got the report in detail, so I thought I'd give you a snapshot of the progress of the Children's Trust that has made. As it's been spoken of tonight, it was an inadequate service when I took it over, and we are now verging on it being good at the next ILACS. We're really hoping. Many of our services have been designated as that already. Northamptonshire's Children's Trust is making strides in improving services for children and families, and we're excited to share the latest updates. Our voluntary adoption service, rated good in 2022, was re-inspected in February of this year. The overall results were efficiency, good, speed of contacts, good, leadership and management, outstanding. I do have to say this is a word I probably didn't think I'd hear when I first took over this very challenging role at the start of this process. This spring, West Northamptonshire expects the Department of Education focused visit on children in care and in placement matching, while the full ILACS inspection is set for spring-summer 26. These milestones keep us accountable and focused. Collaboration is key alongside West and North Northamptonshire councils. We're prioritising family help, prevention and better outcomes for care leavers, especially with housing. The numbers speak for themselves. Without our efforts, over 1,400 children would be in care today, based on the 2020 trend. Instead, we're at 1,159, showing systems growing strength and supporting families. I know this is not where we want to be, but it is progress. We're not doing this alone. The DfE sector-led improvement programme has brought expertise from North Yorkshire, Housing for Care Leavers, Hertfordshire, Front Door Peer Review, Lincolnshire Legal Service Integration. The DfE is also backing our practice model rollout. On February the 4th, the DfE stocktake, led by Paul Roberts, praised the progress and set priorities for the next year, including ILACS prep and family help development. Looking ahead to 25-26, we're committed to sustainable change, keeping families together, putting young people leaving care and meeting inspection standards. It's a team effort, and we're proud of the impact that we're having together. And also this goes back to the comment I mentioned earlier about the importance of our family hubs. I know that we're opening the one at the end of this month, and we have got the plans for the others in place, just finalising the buildings at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Nick Sturgis-Alex to second the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second this report. I'd like to pull out a few things that may not be clear to members if you drill down into the information that highlights some of the challenges that we face when we're dealing with children in care. And that is that we have about 25% of children in care that are with in-house foster carers, and there's about 28% that are going to external. And obviously that shows you that where a lot of the cost is going, it's going outside. So obviously that's a huge cost pressure. But another cost pressure is down to those that are being in external residential placements. And at the moment, that's running at about 8%. Now, we only have about 1.5%, 1.6% in-house residential homes. So I'm very pleased to learn that we are looking to increase the number of in-house residential homes that we've got, because I don't want to see them going to external. The other thing that I'd want to talk about is staying put. So if you're a child in care and you live in, you're in the care system, usually you are removed from the system at 18, and that is very contrary to living in a family environment where your family would normally support you, into your university years and into your 20s and so on. So I'm really pleased to see that there's an emphasis on what we can do to support children through staying put, into not leaving the care system directly when they reach 18. And that's really all I can add at this point to the report. Happy to second it.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to speak on the report? Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I think we all note and understand the difficulty of this particular portfolio. It is clear that, for me it's clear, as I work with children myself, that it is unbelievably difficult to put in a report exactly what's happening. However, you have done a very good job of putting the pounds, the pence, the statistics, but we've left out the people. And so every day we talk about the people. I'm not going to be too emotive, but I am going to say that we do have residents that are not seeing the positives because it's not in their day-to-day. So although I can see the progress made in this report, a lot of residents can't, a lot of groups of residents can't, And that's a real issue for us as councillors. It doesn't matter where you sit at this moment, but SEND parents, care for children, 0 to 19, the fact that we're making progress 4 years on is excellent. The fact that it's taken us 4 years to make that progress is not. So I want to say I'd like to see accelerated progress into the first year of next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I understand that one of the care facilities will be in Daventry, and I would just like to know if there's any sort of time frame on that at all. And again, going back to the lapse, you know, I really, really hope that they are in a suitable location. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight a couple of issues that I've seen in my caseload around the connectivity between NCT and our children's departments, particularly when somebody isn't in care, but there is deemed a perceived risk, whether there's a child in need conversation being had or whether we are engaging with a school around that conversation. All of those incidences that have come to me in my caseload, the connectivity has been really bad. We haven't linked up and we haven't got together at the right time, and when I say we, the local authority hasn't attended some child in need meetings on multiple occasions. And we've really had like a loss of connection between the two, and it's felt certainly to the families that's because they're not actually in the care system yet. So I just wanted to highlight that. I think we should be incredibly proud of our staff in the Children's Trust and some of the really difficult circumstances and high caseloads that they experience. But I really think we should do a piece of work to make sure that the two departments are working together as one in those instances, because it's having a real negative and detrimental impact on some of the families that I've worked with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Really good, constructive debate so far, and I'm glad Councillor Sharps, rightly points out the difficulty of this particular portfolio. It's immensely challenging, it's immensely emotive, and quite rightly and quite appropriately, opposition members have sought to hold Councillor Baker and the administration to account over SEND issues. But I'd just like to highlight the fact that under her stewardship, every other Ofsted-rated area of children's services has improved. I think that's a remarkable record for anybody to present to the public. And I'd just like to commend Councillor Baker as well on her championing of care leavers. I think people are very quick to say thank you to the officers, or well done to the officers for this report, that report. We know we can't deliver anything without their efforts and their expertise, but it has generally been Councillor Baker leading the charge and leading it every step of the way to increase the offer to care leavers and to make sure that their transition from childhood to adulthood is as easy and as equitable as possible. So I'd like to place on record my thanks to her, because she works immensely hard.
Councillor Barrett.
Yeah, just to pick up on, I sit on planning, and over the last couple of years, I've seen that statistic, 28% of carers are out of local authority because we didn't have the housing needs to meet that need, as it were. But the last 2 years, we've seen a massive influx of our own applications to house our children within Northamptonshire. And from my perspective, seeing that, certainly that big change over the last 2 years, that's enabling us to keep more in-house, thus lowering the cost that we're paying outwards. And, whoever's going to be in here in 8 weeks' time, I think that first year's a massive priority to make sure that that work is continued and bettered, so that we have more numbers of in-house carers, and then we're obviously paying outwards less. So from a planning perspective, we've seen that big change over the last 2 years.
Thank you. I will now go back to Councillor Fiona Baker to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much. I think housing is a big issue. I just want to actually make this plea while I can to all of our councillors. And I saw a note on social media the other day by a parish councillor that said there's a planning application for a children's home. Make sure everybody votes against it. So that's not really helpful. And I do want to say that we do already have a children's home in Daventry, Councillor Randall. We don't advertise where they are because obviously that causes all sorts of problems, but actually I've visited it many times and the local neighbours are all part of the scene and very engaged with it, and I will explain to you where it is later. No. Yeah, we will have more. We actually need to have more of these, and that is the issue really. But I do want to, if it's one of our applications, I will call, well at the moment obviously I will call the ward members in to talk to them about it so that they can explain, because we don't normally have more than 3 or 4 children in the house. They're not huge anymore. And just to say, some children do have to be placed out of county for their own safety. We won't go into the reasons why, but you can imagine why. And just to go to Councillor Sharp's report, when I first was involved in this portfolio, and I did many things of training with people that knew a lot more than I did at the time, and they told me that to make good, sustainable progress to good, it will be 5 to 6 years. Because you can do something quickly by throwing a lot of money at it, then when the money runs out, it all falls over. This is good, sustainable progress that we're making so that it will stay in place for the future. Thank you. I just put the full...
Thank you. I will now go to the vote. The report is approved. Item 12, NCT Business Plan. I invite Councillor Fiona Baker to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you. I apologise for all these reports from the Children's Trust all coming in on the same meeting, but obviously they needed to be got through at this stage in life. The business plan. The Children's Trust business plan details our vision, our shared commitments, values and priorities up until 2028-29. The vision is for children, young people and families at the heart of all we do in every decision we make and every action that we take. The plan also details and emphasises the importance of partnership working, the relational practice approach, the importance of quality assurance and leadership. Information on workforce, equality, diversity and inclusion is also detailed. The plan concludes with information on the effective use of resources and details the commissioning strategy and sufficiency approach. That sounds a very boring thing, doesn't it, to be talking about children and families, but this is the business plan, so this is what I put forward to the council. It's all detailed in the papers. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Nick Sturgis-Alex to second the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. As someone who's actually at the sharp end of this, you know, I'm not going to for one second say that everything's rosy and everything's absolutely fine. But what I would like to say is that when, in the period leading up to when the trust started, there was an expression that they used, and they said by whatever date they were going over, the train was leaving and you had to be on the train, and that was the end of it. Now, my initial impression in the 3 to 6 months afterwards was that there were certain individuals that perhaps were still on the platform and that hadn't actually got on the train. But I think that was a long time ago, and it was 2 or 3 years ago, and I've seen significant progress in a number of areas that the Trust deliver. The challenge that we have is the financial challenge. You know, we aren't directly financially responsible for what the Trust does, but we are expected to pay for what the Trust does. And I've seen us placing officers as close as we possibly can into the Trust so we can gain that level of confidence that they are reducing their costs and that they are working on it. And in fact, in this year's budget, you can see that reflected, that they were expected to pay for some of their growth through savings, which I think is significant. But I think the key thing for me is, as I said at the start, being at the sharp end of this, they are now looking at the children as people and lives rather than numbers, and the expression that they still use and I still hear is heads on beds. That seems to be the driver. But there is a move to that. I'm seeing improvements in how they're treating the children and how they're trying to make positive changes. So I'm happy to second this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now go to members of the council who wish to comment. Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points on this. Clearly, part of the future business plan is dependent on the delivery of acquisition properties, and you've just described that. I hope we can accelerate that process. Councillor McCord made the point earlier on. It's great, but it is a little bit late in the curve, and I think we could have definitely been in a different place much more quickly. The point that's been made about locations of those, a plea I've made before and will continue to make, communication with the community is really important. Engagement early is really important. A lot of the concerns that people have are unfounded, as we know, but we need to manage those and we need to have that dialogue with the community, and we can only do that if we're aware of it at a very early stage. So often, if it's coming to a planning application, it's too late for that process to take place. So that's my plea, really. Can we just make sure that if we're here, the engagement is as early as it possibly can, please? And second point I'd just like to make, Councillor Longley often talks about the Children's Trust and, how shall I phrase this, all the accountability without the day-to-day responsibility is perhaps the safest way of describing it. This is clearly a plan which looks like it's a 5-year plan. Are we to assume, therefore, that the trust will remain as a trust and at no stage will it come back in to this council as a direct service? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Chair. I'd want to pick up some of the points that Councillor Sturgis-Alex was making about the finances. I think we can see that good progress has been made overall, and but I think there's still a challenge about us as corporate parents really taking seriously our responsibilities. Just want to note the important work and the good work that's taken place in the last year by Sarah Reid and the WNC team in getting to grips with it. But it seems to me that this is meant to be a business plan, and to me a business plan is where finance hits your operational workings, your policies, if you like. And it seems to me to have just one page on the finances is really not sufficient to show that they've really got a grip of the detailed work that needs to go on to get the finances right with this organisation and our relationship with it. And because it's arm's length, it's even more important that it's really spelled out in detail about how the various challenges are going to be met. So, and then there's the forward plan bit. And I don't know, my colleague next to me, Councillor Delamere, is good on the detail. I just see a page with lots of yellow on it. I'm not sure that takes us very much further forward. I'd want to see a document that really details what we're doing to meet these various challenges, because I think the more information we've got, the more we shape the finances, the more likely together we are going to come up with solutions and come up with a long-term sustainable way of funding the children's work within this area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, on Councillor Baker's comments regarding homes in councillors' wards, historically there has not been any consultation with ward members. So, you know, for those who are staying, I really do hope that happens. But I hear your plea and I understand where you're coming from, but I'd also ask and plea to yourselves and the Trust that when we select locations, we really do think about those locations and numbers and what the building looks like and whether the building's suitable. If we're converting anything, most of the applications I've seen in my ward are from private organisations, not the council, so we might take a different view on those jointly together. Since 2010, we've seen about a 50% cut in council funding. We call this a business plan. You know, local government funding was cut massively by the last government, and we are in a really difficult situation with public services and how we fund those. We call it a business plan. I don't really like it being a business plan because this is a public service, this is a protection of our children, and I really think we need to continue to think about that. So it's good to see the trajectory and the difference, and I applaud that, but just wanted to make those couple of points.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to the issue of planning applications and communities being consulted. The Children's Trust has done an excellent piece of work called and launched what they called a belonging charter, which, well, the principal emphasis is on how children will be given a sense of belonging in their communities. It's also focusing on communities and what their expectations should be. And obviously, any WNC home that's acquired will sign up to that, but also private providers are being invited to, and the idea is that consultation will be from the very beginning. So a little surprised Councillor Baker didn't mention that, but I hope all members will be fully briefed on that. Thank you.
Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I also wish to associate myself with many of the comments that Adam made regarding Fiona. I do think at times she gets unfairly picked on in regards to matters within her portfolio. But I also think we should pay some tribute to Colin Foster, the Chief Executive of the Children's Trust. I joked with him a couple of years back that when he'd been there for a couple of years, that he was going to qualify for a gold watch or a gold clock, because we'd sped through that many heads of children's services. And he has provided some stability now for quite a few years. And you can see that. So that improvement programme that I'm pleased to see is going on, I suspect Colin needs to also be associated with that, because it's only fair to single him out as well. But it is good to hear that we're getting that. But then, let's face it, I keep saying you've got to do anything in this council or any council, fix care. 25p in every pound is going there. So it is probably one of the best funded areas that we have. Now, you can always say it needs more, but it is there. So you should begin to see those results. I do hope this business plan, in terms of finance, that we can improve on the planning and the predicting of demand, because every year for the last 4 years, we've been 10 million-ish overspent. So Malcolm's looking at me thinking it's more than that, but it's around that kind of number that we've been overspent on that. So it would be useful. But the one final comment I'll make, I know many people want to sort of say, well, let's bring this back in-house. This trust must succeed. If you want to do the best by the children, the trust must succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sharps.
Yes, thank you. I don't disagree with pretty much anything anybody said here. I do agree that it would be nice to see a bit more of a business plan opposed to it's not flowery, it's very informational, but as it's pretty much the only time we get to see very much, it's nice to see more. Councillor McCord does like to say what he does, but unfortunately he says little more on it. He never comes up with a plan. At least we can see a plan in this particular business plan. So I'm grateful for that. So I look forward to seeing this business plan being carried out next year. But we'll see who carries it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor King. Oh, you've got your mic on. We're just coming down to look at it, Councillor King.
What did you do? Magic. Should have pushed it harder. Okay, whilst I really like the paper that's come forward, there is a lot of constituents that have contacted me over the last couple of days with regards to a proposed application, so I'm going to abstain from this item tonight.
Thank you. I'll now go back to Councillor Baker to respond to the debate.
Thank you. I think that from Councillor King's thing, as well as what Councillor Roberts was saying, that her board members haven't been consulted. That's because we haven't got any children's home that are in-house in that ward. We know in advance, in actual fact, we haven't built any. We've repurposed a lot of my colleague, Councillor Golby's, people's homes in various places to accommodate children where we can. We haven't actually built anything as yet. But there is a criteria that I always put forward. It must be big, it must be detached, it must have a big garden, and it must have lots of parking. So look that first of all. But if I know that we are actually producing a children's home, and that is an issue that I have too, that, you know, we haven't pushed this forward as quickly as I would have liked, I will contact you straight away if we've got something in your area, as we did. Yes, we did contact you and talk to you about the one in your area, and it's fine. Councillor Strachan, I can just about see you there. So thank you very much for your support in that one. As Councillor McCord and Councillor Harris said about what happens in the future, the Children's Trust is under a statutory direction at the moment, as you know, from the Department of Education. West Northampton Council and North Northampton Council have to both be working really well for children. This is all about children. I know it costs money, but it is all about children. They have to work well, and the actually has to have a good ILACS inspection. At that stage, if we felt we wanted to, and there may be a thing that say, well, if something's working, why do you want to split it in half and bring it back in? But if you chose to do that, after it gets a good inspection, there is a regulation in there that says we give a year's notice and we can bring it back in-house. But then we would be splitting it in half, so kind of damaging what we've already built, in my opinion. But that would be for whoever's here, sitting here, doing that job at the time. So that is what the procedure is if we want to have it back in-house. And I do reassure everybody that if we are... The ones that you find, like Councillor King here, I have no idea what that is. That will be a private person that thinks they're going to make a lot of money out of providing children's homes.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. We will now go to the vote. That is passed. Item 13, updates to the Constitution. I invite Councillor Andrew Kilbride to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the report and reserve my right of reply. Thank you.
I invite Councillor Daniel Cribben to second the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Same for me. Second the proposal and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. We've received a number of amendments to this item. I will ask Councillor Ian McCord to move the amendments. You have 5 minutes.
That should be 5 minutes per amendment, but I won't take that. I've tabled a series of amendments as it's clear to me that what we have in front of us here tonight is ill thought out, incoherent and incapable of being adopted. It's a poor and shoddy piece of work, and I'm just attempting to knock into shape. Amendment 1 makes clear when these changes will take effect. As written, they are effective once passed, thereby, for example, abolishing the existing overview and scrutiny committees and the planning committees, which are all going to meet after this meeting. It is clear to me that this constitution is a complete mess. We've messed with it at almost every council meeting we've had, and it's now time to bring this particular boat into the dry dock and scrape off the barnacles. Amendment 2 requests a complete constitutional review by the newly elected council to be brought back to the nearest meeting to the 30th of September. It's fundamentally wrong, in my view, to say to the monitoring officer, you write a chunk of our constitution, you agree it, you implement it, and when you've done it, just let us know what you've done. Members should own the constitution, work up a proposal, and then let us adopt it. And I completely disagree with such a wide-ranging delegation. Amendment 3 then strikes that out and requires a proposal that the new LAP mapping is brought to the annual council meeting. Amendment 4, I appreciate I could be getting into territory where members may disagree with my thinking. First off, I don't like the name Non-Strategic Planning Committee. And I thought about what will that committee do, and it was the smaller and domestic applications. But then SAD as an acronym I thought was somewhat unsuitable. I returned then to just Planning Committee and a Strategic Planning Committee. The report on this part, though, is incoherent. It states we will substitute this with this, and then goes on to detail the changes, but it doesn't renumber the paragraphs, etc. On meeting times, well, I know we've had rows on that before, but I see no reason why the committee shouldn't be able to set whatever time it wishes. I also firmly believe that any Gypsy Traveller site should go to committee for reasons of openness and transparency. Amendments 5, 6 and 7 are tidying up other paragraphs of the Constitution that the Democracy and Standards Committee did not find in their supposed review, thus proving my point as to the quality of the piece of work. Amendment 8 is more quality control. I'm happy for the Chief Executive to address the Council, but the report does not have a call to action. It has a conversational tone. We could do this, and if we wanted to, then we need to change that. But there is nothing to say, do it. All this does is action that, and again at 5.19d, to allow the same provision at budget meetings. Amendment 9, I just want the Constitution to reflect what happens. The Chair does not have any discretion to rewrite the way in which items are dealt with, and if there's no need to register to speak, then let's just take it away. And Amendment 10, the Cabinet call-in. Well, some members will be aware that the Corporate Scrutiny Committee was hobbled by the monitoring officer as she effectually struck out most members of the committee by implementing a rule that was those who sign cannot vote for a call-in. On the recent call-in on the loans for the Grosvenor Centre, we ended up with just 3 Conservative members and me. One wanted referral back, one wanted no further action, and the third one didn't know what he wanted. It was a mess. A decision to take no further action was made by 2 members. And I fundamentally disagree with the idea that you can be predetermined in a call-in. The decision maker is still Cabinet. But these changes are supposedly predicated on the reduction of the number of councillors. And if we have 7 from 93, it needs to fall to a lower number as when we go to 76. Otherwise, we're raising the threshold for call-in. And if you factor in a rule that says those voting those can't vote if you sign a call-in, that works against the smaller groups. So I'm proposing to reduce the number required to make it something that needs more than one party support, and I hope that will prevent hobby horse parties bringing the same thing round time and again. That's all I'm trying to do with this, is tidy it up, knock it into shape, and then proceed from there. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I will ask Councillor Harris to second the amendments.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second these amendments, and I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to clarify why, probably less than 2. We're no doubt going to hear shortly that powers exist already for this document to be updated, and there's no need for these amendments. But the fundamental point is, if that's the case, then why isn't it happening? Because there are so many issues and errors that do not speak to each other within this existing constitution. The Constitution should be the basis of our democracy and standards. How can it be when it's full of inconsistencies that need dealing with? The Constitution provides clarity to our procedures and operation of the Council. If they're inaccurate, then the procedures are fundamentally flawed. These are the basics, our foundations. If we can't get these right, then it does make me concerned or worried about what are the things maybe we can't get right. And just to amplify the point Councillor McCord has made, decisions have been made to do things differently within this Council by our current Chair. Fine, that is a decision that should be made and can be made if it's reflected in the Constitution. And currently, as it's written, those decisions should not have been made. The problem, I think, fundamentally is we have seen a lot of piecemeal updates. It's been a regular item to Council, it's a regular item to Democracy and Standards, and bits get done and they don't all join up. So I would encourage the Council to seriously consider taking on board these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to speak on the amendments? No? Oh, yes. What, Councillor Randall?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, totally agree with nearly all of these amendments. There's only as Councillor McCord would imagine, it's the timing of the planning. You know, I don't agree with that. We set the times at 6 o'clock. But right at the very beginning, to put no date, normally when we pass these at council, they come into action, and we've still got quite a few meetings to go before then. So if you put this into action today without even a start date, we've no longer got our South and North planning. We just become a planning committee. So does that mean I won't be going to South Planning Committee? You know, some of these are very, very basic, and we have just got to get the words right. And I think Ian done a really good job, actually, of picking out those wordings. Quite simple, you know, on the majority of them, straightforward. Well done, Ian, for picking those out. Happy to vote with the majority.
Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just concerned because I am on planning, which is the agenda is going to be set and sent out to me, but will that committee go ahead? Because in the actual, as Councillor McCord's pointed out, that if we vote on this tonight, then no further meetings will take place on this council because there's not a date put in place. I am really confused about this. It just seems to me stupid not to have an end date on the end of it rather than nothing at all and everybody left to speculate whether they turn up to a meeting or not.
Thank you. Before I go back to Councillor Andrew Kilbride to respond to the debate, the monitoring officer would like to clarify something.
It is just to clarify the point that the report is written on the basis that obviously we are changing the number of councillors from the election, so these changes wouldn't come into effect until post-election in any event. So hopefully that would reassure members in terms of that element of it. And further to that, Paul and I have already discussed that we will be undertaking a full constitution review post-election and obviously engaging with the new members that have then been elected at that time to work through a comprehensive review of the entire constitution at that time. So just to inform members.
I will now go back to
Point of order, Madam
Councillor
Chairman.
Andrew Kilbride.
Where is what the monitoring officer has just said explicit in the report?
Councillor McCord, we've finished the debate of the members and I'm going back to Councillor Andrew Kilbride to respond on the debate of the amendments.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. Where is what the monitoring officer has just said in the report?
That's not actually a point of order, but I'm happy to respond if you would wish. The report talks specifically about the change in numbers and obviously the implications arising from that. So whilst not explicit, it is implicitly derived from the content of the report.
I will now go to Councillor Andrew Kilbride to respond to the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all the comments. We'll be rejecting these amendments this evening on the basis that it is a big chunky document, is the Constitution, and I am sympathetic with Councillor McCord and Councillor Harris' comments. It is quite piecemeal. It does need updating. The whole Constitution needs updating, and it was discussed at committee level that that's exactly what will happen when the new council comes into force, because it was deemed that there wasn't enough time for the current committees to do that in time for the next elections. There's certain things on there which also says about timings. You'd bind the council to get it done by the 30th, the new council, by the 30th of September. And again, it's binding, and there's such a lot of work to do come post-election. Again, it's not achievable. So for us, it does need updating, for sure, but not just now. So I reject the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now take individual votes on each of these amendments. I will go to the Democratic Services Manager to talk us through the individual votes. Thank you. Amendment 1.
Sorry, we started vote on amendment number 1. So members could cast your votes, please. Okay. Well, now that's lost 36 to 25 for abstentions. Amendment number 2, which is on the date of the review of the Constitution. Members can cast their votes. That's lost 38 votes to 24 with 3 abstentions. Amendment number 3 is on the delegation to the monitoring officer about local area partnership areas. Okay, that's lost 40 votes to 23 with 2 abstentions. Amendment number 4 is on the change in the title of non-strategic planning committee to planning committee, and there were some other minor amendments in that proposal as well. That's lost 51 votes to 12 with 3 abstentions. Amendment number 5 is the first change to the planning protocol. That's lost 40 votes to 23 with 2 abstentions. Amendment number 6 is the second change to the planning protocol. Okay. That's lost 40 votes to 19 with 2 abstentions. Amendment 7 relates to the name of the Adult Social Care and Health Scrutiny Committee. That's lost 39 votes to 23 with 2 abstentions. And Amendment 8 relates to the power of the Chief Executive to address the budget meeting as well as ordinary meetings of the Council. Okay. That's lost 49 votes to 10 with 2 abstentions. Amendment 9 relates to questions to Cabinet members. That's lost 42 votes to 21 with 3 abstentions. And Amendment 10 relates to the threshold for call-in. Okay. That's lost 38 votes to 24 with 4 abstentions. Thank you.
Where are we? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We will now go back to the proposal, the amendments not being approved, and we will now have a debate on that. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. None of this is necessary other than to realign the new wards to the planning committees. This constitution should not be touched at the fag end of an administration, but left to the new 76 to decide. And it shows you the arrogance, overconfidence and conceit for this council and the electorate from the administration. We have seen the administration in their true colours, pathetic and childish. Not our idea, so we won't agree to it. You've just voted to carry on having reference to a people committee that we haven't had for 2 or 3 years. You've just voted to carry on that member applications will go to a committee that won't exist, i.e. the North or the South. My amendment you just rejected are to tidy things up and finish the job you started. Make sense of the botched changes that you want to make and then say to the monitoring officer, well, we know this is a bag of spanners, please go and sort it out. The effect will be the same. The changes will be made, but you just won't allow
anybody other than yourselves to think about it. Their arguments make no sense. The order of business to put the Cabinet questions at the end does not need a constitutional amendment. The report states that, and our meeting tonight proves it. But they still want to go ahead with their idea, although I'm pretty sure I know who proposed it. So we will change the Constitution anyway. For anyone listening outside of this hall, you will see an administration that just wants dominance, closed to any ideas that are not their own. Not our way or no way. These changes are ill thought through, incoherent, incapable of adoption. We need a change. Councillors who will do the right thing, irrespective of party politics, and not a tribal thing. We need more members prepared to keep them honest. It's about time we had a council with people working for you, not them. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I hate following you in because I'm no comic and I ain't got any jokes. My biggest concern here is that it's enacted immediately following this evening, and the monitoring officer did make a comment around that, but I'm really not clear. If these amendments are enacted, we've got a problem with our committees very shortly. The second concern I've got is the changes to scrutiny. And I believe there needs to be changes to scrutiny, but cutting the committees down in the way that we're doing isn't necessarily the right way. On the committee that I sit on, I welcome the inclusiveness of the chair with regards to how we run our meetings, with regards to how we do our work plan and how we've engaged, but we're not really delivering too much scrutiny. So there needs to be a big conversation about how we do our scrutiny, how we work plan, and how we prepare, not actually reducing the committees down. And I think that given the Corporate Scrutiny Committee spends a significant portion of its year looking just at the budget, we've got a real problem with how we're going to consider the other areas that are absolutely crucial, particularly when we've just popped a document on the agenda earlier that talks about a place vision. So we've got a real risk to our scrutiny here, a real risk to the way we deliver for our residents, and we shouldn't reduce the number of committees to deliver on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you. Just really to echo the similar points just been made by Councillor Roberts, it feels to me that we're doing things entirely the wrong way around. So we must determine and decide what scrutiny we need first, and that exercise was done independently just 18 months, 2 years ago. We had a report that indicated and suggested the route forward, which is the route that we adopted. Now, I understand that there may be some resource challenges within the Democratic Services team. That should not be the driving force or the decision for how we do scrutiny. We must do it the other way around. So if there is a real challenge and a real issue around resource that is creating that problem, then that's the issue that we need to address. The point about moving or eradicating corporate, if it goes into the Place Scrutiny Committee or Place and Resources or whatever it ends up being called, it will be dealing with finances, highways, planning, waste, growth, all of those really big issues that impact so much on our residents, and it just does not have the bandwidth for it. I cannot see how that committee can have the bandwidth to cover all of those areas. There are alternatives. We must have a standards committee by statute. We don't necessarily need a democracy committee. So why do we not move dem and standards into corporate and obviously have a subcommittee for standards? Standards has only met once in terms of official capacity during the last 4 years. We've got no boundary changes coming forward at this time. Elections will be out of the way. Surely there are different ways that we can look at this, and the proposals tonight were simply to say, let's look at it properly, and I'm still not convinced that we will do so. Thank you.
I will now go back to Councillor Kilbride to respond to the debate.
Thank you for all the comments from members, and let's go to the vote, please. Thank you.
I will now go to the vote. Are we happy everyone's voted? Done? Yep. The updates are approved. We've now been sitting for a couple of hours since we last broke, so we'll now have a 10-minute comfort break before we continue on with the agenda. Thank you. Your seats, please.
Take your seats, mate.
Right. 16.
Understand?
Okay. If we now go to item 14, WNC pay policy, I invite Councillor Mike Hallam to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be quite brief because I think most members are familiar with this. The papers are in front of us. We bring this report every year. It shows the differential between a number of differentials, but the highest paid and the lowest paid. And over the course of the 4 years, with the investments that we've made at the bottom end of the workforce, in terms of pay points, that's shown in the policy. The Hutton report is also mentioned in the appendix as well. The Hutton report actually talks about a healthy pay scale if you read the wider report, and it talks about being between the ratios of 8 and 12 being healthy, not wanting to be outside of that because you don't want to not attract people at either end of the scale. And if you look at the report, we're currently at 8.2, and we've brought that way down for, I think it was 9.9 to begin with. Happy to propose and hopefully move on.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Peter Matton to second the proposal.
Thank you. I'm happy to second the proposal and reserve my right to speak.
Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Hallam. Earlier, when I wanted to come back as a right to reply on what you said, I wasn't going to be offensive on anything. I was thank you for your comments and what you'd said. It was just that you mentioned the real living wage employer element, so I thought I'd wait till here to speak on it. It's great that we've improved the pay for our lowest paid workers if we've taken steps to do that. The difficulty is we're not a real living wage employer and we're not an accredited employer. And what I asked the council to do was become a real living wage accredited employer, which would mean that the contractors that we use and the procurement processes we go through also offer the real living wage, which has a real significant benefit to our communities. So I'm going to, in my last meeting, leave that request still there, Councillor Hallam. So if you are here in May, you can hopefully be sitting here in a couple of years' time saying you've fulfilled that pledge as well. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no other councillors or members wishing to speak, I go back to Councillor Peter Matton, who reserved his right to speak.
Thank you. I propose we go to the vote, please. Thank you.
Okay. I invite Councillor Mike Hallam to debate.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roberts, I'll miss our annual discussion on this of you asking to sign up to the Real Living Wage Foundation and me saying we won't, because I don't want to explain to people in this organisation why we're going to pay a lower rate than we already pay. But I shall miss those engagement. I shall miss this debate moving forward and wish you well in all of your future endeavours. I'm happy to move to the vote.
Thank you. I will now go to the vote. Okay. That's approved. Item 15, Annual Report of the Democracy and Standards Committee. I invite Councillor Andrew Kilbride to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'd like to introduce this report and thank all the officers and committee members over the last year. It's been quite a busy year. There's tons and tons more to do. Lots of stuff will be carried over with the review of the Constitution for the new council, and happy to propose the report. Thank you.
I invite Councillor Daniel Cribbin to second the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Second the proposal and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any members of the council who wish to comment on this item? No, I will go back to Councillor Cribbin, who reserved his right to speak.
Just propose that we go to the vote, Madam Chairman.
I will go back to Councillor Andrew Kilbride. Is there anything else you wish to say before we go to the vote?
No, just go to the vote, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote. The report is approved. Item 16, approval of absence under Section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972. I invite Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There are rare occasions that members of our good council are unable to attend meetings, and sometimes those are on longer basis. And this is a report, very brief report on Councillor Alan Chandler's non-attendance of meetings. And unfortunately, due to ill health, he might not be able to attend before the end of his term. This is the council term, as we know, in May this year. So, Madam Chairman, I am asking for support in this. I know he's a highly committed councillor, highly committed to his residents and committees that he sits on, and he has been following and does do so on YouTube, those meetings he's unable to attend. Also very grateful to colleagues who've lent their support to him as well, and that includes Mrs. Gilly Baldock, our advisor and researcher, who's lent out to him a good hand. And it is important to bear in mind that we're all human at the end of the day, and we all do have the human factor. So if we can please bear that in mind, and I'd like support for him, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Mike Hallam to second the proposal.
Still,
Thank you. Carry on.
sorry, it's worth saying I think Alan's still on emails, though we'd like him to rest up and get well. And I think anyone that knows him knows just how determined and committed a person he is, and we will hopefully see him again soon.
Thank you. Are there any members of the council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Just really to add that Alan has attended many meetings online, so he's continued to support me in his capacity as Assistant Member for Planning, and he attended a meeting only today, so I wish him well and wish he could be here, but clearly he can't. All I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall. Okay.
Sorry, just to pass on my good wishes to Alan, and hope he soon is feeling better.
Thank you. There being no other members to speak, I'll go back to Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage to respond to any debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for the good wishes as well, which we will pass on to Councillor Chandler, and I'd like to move this to vote.
Thank you. We'll now go to the vote. Yeah, that's passed. Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to, just bear with me, motion 1, item 17. I have been advised there has been a change to the mover of this motion, so I'll invite Councillor Sally Beardsworth to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought I'd give you a little bit of a history of how the community libraries were set up in the first place. I think it's quite interesting. A proposal to access 21 libraries in Northamptonshire was announced on a county council. 21 of those counts out of the 36 were liable to be closed. The move was branded as monstrous by Watchman creator Alan Moore. The reason for this was the then council had to claw back 115 million of savings over the next 4 years. The then councillor Chris Stambra, a Liberal Democrat councillor, wanted to keep the libraries open and amended the motion, but was voted down by the Conservative administration. Councillor Stambra said a comprehensive and effective public library service, if 21 libraries were closed, was not viable. The people demonstrated against the cuts, and authors joined in the campaign against the cuts. Philip Pullman we all know, as an author wrote, that somehow we are letting our civilization drain away in the sands, and that the people in charge don't think it matters. It was a decision to make the community libraries instead, where volunteers and parish councils would take on the responsibility to keep libraries open. Many libraries were kept open. Some have taken a long time to turn around and come back into being. The council changed, Kingsthorpe Library, as I say, I'm a parish councillor for Kingsthorpe Library, is opening its doors, fortunately, on the 29th of March this year, after taking 5 years to change the lease to come to us. Community libraries provide a wonderful service for all the people of the town, and the rural areas. Many activities happen in libraries, not just loaning of books. Children and families are made welcome, talks are given, groups meet, and people can get their job applications and lots of other help for people who don't have a computer. The council charges libraries an annual rent. Some libraries are finding it difficult to raise the money and are afraid that they may have to close, which would be a disaster for the area. Abington Library do wonderful work for the community and been in existence for over 80 years. They have to find £7,800 a year to pay the council. Long Buckley pay £9,000 a year. And when Kingsthorpe Library opens, they will be paying £15,300 a year. What we're asking in this motion is that there's a backstop, that if any of these councils, especially the ones that aren't supported by a parish, will actually get the help that they need to provide the funds to stay open. I was thinking the other day, there are libraries like in Duston, in Bixworth, in the town centre, and other libraries in the area. And all those libraries are being paid for by the people of Northamptonshire, as well as the people in Kingsthorpe, Abington and Long Buckby and the others that have changed. So basically, bless you, it is a worry for me to think that these councils will maybe close because of lack of funds. So I'm asking the council to put a backstop in to prevent this happening. Thank you.
Thank you. I will invite Councillor Meredith to second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Today, I visited Abington Library like I do on a regular basis. And Abington Library is run by a group of volunteers who have to run the library. So they have to raise their income to run that library by selling some of the old books that are donated. And they have to go out and try to raise money to keep the library going. I understand this year that the money for is included in the budget, so there's nothing that the administration can do by stopping the 7,800 this year. But the danger being is, which I spoke to Sue, who runs the library, a very dedicated team. They organised an author to come along to speak to all the residents, and most of the residents they spoke to was elderly people and people that was unemployed. So that was a good thing. And Sue told me there is 106 money to come from one of the ex-schools, so they can do up a room and they can hire that out and get finance for that room. But that's not taken place yet. They even have to do all their own cleaning, and I've offered that when I retire from the council, that I will go and help and I will do that for them. But leaving out that, the danger being is, and it is a purely, this will happen, over the years...
Councillor Meredith, your time is up.
Well, I'll just say this. Over the years, if the £7,800 is not done, is taken by the council, that library will close. And
Councillor Meredith,
that is
your
a
time is now up. I'd like to advise the council that an amendment has been received, copies of which have been circulated to members.
I haven't got one anyway.
I would like to ask Councillor Matt Golby to move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I basically wanted, or as a group, we wanted to find a way of supporting this. We all know the value of libraries, and I'm not going to go back in history and wallow in negativity like Councillor Beardsworth is, but let's celebrate what our libraries do for our communities. They're amazing places. We've got the welcoming spaces and all the other things, the added value that they bring. So my amendment just basically makes it a little bit more positive, takes out the negativity, and we commit to do everything we can to keep our libraries as a central part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask Councillor Lister to second the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Fully support the amendment. We will recognise the vital role our libraries play in our communities across West Northamptonshire. They're more than just places to borrow books. They're warm, neutral spaces where all people of all ages can access essential information and build connections. In my own ward and village, my own ward being Long Butby for Jonathan, we have Butby Library and Hub, a fantastic example of a community-managed library that is far more than a place of books. It's a welcoming space, a hub for local activities, and a place where residents come together. Well managed and run by local volunteers, this reflects the success of our approach to community managed libraries, ensuring they are sustainable, well supported and able to thrive. Across West Northamptonshire, we have 9 council-run libraries and 9 community managed libraries, and I'm proud to say that no community managed library is closed during this term. The Council continues to provide crucial support, offering access to library systems, new book stock and ongoing training, all at no cost to the community groups who run them. Today, I'm also pleased to confirm that Kingsthorpe Library is ready to open, thanks to the dedication of local volunteers, and particularly Sam Kilby-Shaw of the Parish Council, and the support of this Council. We are also moving forward with supporting Abington Library in its transition to community management, the Libraries team only meeting with Abington Library this week to further those plans. This Council remains fully committed to ensuring all of our libraries can continue to thrive, and I continue to champion them in my own ward and across West Northamptonshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I now ask Councillor Beardsworth if she accepts the amended motion?
Chair, the only thing I have, Dennis.
Could I ask for quiet in the chamber? Councillor Beardsworth is trying to speak.
The only problem I have is it says it to explore a possibility of a backstop to ensure that none of our libraries are allowed to fail, and to explore the support that can be provided by any community library to prevent it from closure. Now, you've ruled that out, and I am very worried that you've ruled that out. But I know you won't support my motion unless I agree your amendment. So it is with great regret that I accept it.
Thank you. The amended motion now becomes the substantive motion and can be debated and voted upon. So I will invite any members to speak on the new substantive motion. Does Sally want to speak again, Alan? Sally, could you switch your microphone off, please? Thank you. I'll invite Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift.
I know Matt said we will not go back in history, but Sally Beardsworth gave us a short history, and I can tell you much more, because I was the one responsible at that time with the councillor. Now,
Could you be quiet, please,
Sorry.
Councillor Meredith?
So I would like to add a few things. First, I visited all the library, and the library...
Councillor Swift, I can't hear you at the moment. There's a member who's creating some noise. Are you leaving, Councillor Meredith? Thank you. Councillor Meredith, could you leave, if you're leaving the chamber? Councillor Meredith, good night. Councillor Swift, we will start again, if you'd like to carry on. Councillor Meredith, could you leave the chamber, please? Councillor Meredith. Good night. Councillor Irving Swift.
So, yes, I go back. It is, I'm very glad that Sally Berchaud accept our amendment. But I will say something because I defended the right of the library with passion. And, but now, after COVID, I will make a plea for all the councillors to advertise the e-library card with the e-library book and the press reader. I promise you, for some elderly people or young children in villages, it's a lifesaver. So please ask all your constituents to ask for e-library card. And with that e-library card, they have press readers, they have thousands of newspapers and magazines for free they can read, and 5 books, they can borrow up to 5 books on their computer. So the future of library, because library was for reading and so on, now it become warm place and welcoming. But the library, the statutory duty of library was for education, and with the progress of computer, they can read from home, from the comfort of their home. So I am very pleased that nowadays much more people have access to books than it was 6 or 7 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask councillors to make their comments succinct, because we are approaching the guillotine time, and it would be good to finish this item of business. Councillor Salisbury-Timms.
As you can remember, back in the day when I was debating this, Middleton Cheney Library was the only people that participated in the scrutiny committee. Every single meeting we attended, and I was there. I was off work at the time because I had a broken arm, which made it a bit more better for me. But I led that action committee, which led to Middleton being saved, and I had Angela Ledson come down, and she supported us, and it became Middleton was a statutory library, but community-led. Also with a £45,000 levy there as well to carry it forward from 106 funds, which they've got a new kitchen now, which has been installed. Now, that committee then led to being the formation of the management committee with the business plan put in place. Now, for me, that was an honour to do at the time, and I led the council at that time when we were in the other chamber. And it was an honour, to be honest, because I had a mishmash of people from every single party you can think of, and the Banbury Guardian came with us from all of that. So it is a passion for me. But the thing is, you've got to keep in mind that they are a community hub. We have the Gardening Club, we have the British Legions meet there, we have the film nights that are there every night bringing in money. You also have, next door, you've got the children's area there, the preschool, and you've also got the school. All 3 aspects are in one area, so it was quite complicated with Middleton and how you dealt with that at the time. But I would like to just say I will be accepting this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Harris? Councillor Timms, can you switch your mic off, please?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pay tribute to our colleague, Councillor Meredith, because Councillor Meredith is passionate, and you see that every single time in a council meeting. He may not do it in a way that some would feel they would approach it, but I just want to pay tribute to him for his length of service, to his community in particular, and I hope that he has some fond memories to look back on rather than anything else. I just want to talk very briefly about the reason why some history is important here. As human beings, we are absolutely rubbish at learning from history, and sometimes we have to repeat, revisit, rethink, and explore the issues that created problems in the first place. So there's no dig here, there's no issue about having a pop at anybody. It's not politicking, it's pointing out the facts. They are the facts, they were the issues. These libraries are extremely important to our communities, and a backstop is simply that. It's simply saying, do not let any of them fail. If your amendment commits to that there will be no failure in any level, then we will accept that amendment. But the key point is, history is important. So please don't keep denying history. It's about taking responsibility for mistakes and errors and learning from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rumans.
Just for clarification before I make my point, are we debating the amendment still? Or has it been accepted? I'm now
It's
confused.
become, the amendment has been accepted and is now part of the substantive proposal.
Fine, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think from my perspective in Kingsthorpe, it's over 7 years now since I sat in a local resident's front room on the first meeting of our Trying to Save the Kingsthorpe Library group. And the fact that we've had to wait until the 29th of March 2025, after it first coming into issues in 2017, says a lot about how fragile libraries are as a thing, and yet, before Kingsthorpe Library closed, it was getting footfall of 100,000 people per year in and out of the building and doing a hell of a lot for our area. And so, actually, I'm quite disappointed that we've had to taken out the wording of backstop, and I would just implore that whoever's running the council after May revisits libraries in general as a topic of how we fund them moving forward and considers them as part of a wider thing, because the loss to Kingsthorpe for a long period that we've had now without a library has been significant, and it's going to take a long time for it to build back up to where it was before. Hopefully it'll be better than ever, but I do also worry about the risk of the finances around it and the 15k that's having to be paid, and we've fought that 15k for years, but unfortunately it's not been movable. And again, it goes back into the wider thing, doesn't it, of look, we need to fundamentally get back to looking at how is local government funded. The fact that we ever came to looking at libraries where the saving totally across the whole of the county, I think at the time, if a load of them closed, which was the first proposal, it was only going to be £1 million. And I know that sounds like a lot of money in a personal circumstance, but in the council's context, it's very, very small fry. And yet we swallow up money like that within a month with an error in social care. And it's the context that's important.
Thank you, Councillor Rubens. I must now draw the Council's attention to Rule 10 of the Council Procedure Rules. It is 9:15 and it is my view that we will not be able to deal with the outstanding matters of business by 9:30. Rule 10 requires that all outstanding matters will now be put to the vote without further debate. This means I will not allow recorded votes on these items, and I will ask the Democratic Services Manager to ask members to vote on whether each item should be accepted, rejected, referred, deferred or withdrawn. These options will be presented to the Council in order. Should there be a majority in favour of a particular course of action, such as to accept a recommendation or motion, then the remaining options will not be read out. Should the Council vote to refer a recommendation or motion, I will ask for a member to propose the appropriate body for that item to be referred to. I will now ask the Democratic Services Manager to ask Council to vote on each of the remaining items. Is it a point of order, Sally? Thank you.
Yes, Chair. We've had 20 minutes taken out of tonight's meeting for 2 breaks. I think that ought to be reinstated into the meeting.
I will pass you to the monitoring officer. I'm just aware in the Constitution I have to make you aware at 9:15 of the procedure. Thank you.
Yeah, you're quite correct. They're the provisions that are set out within the Constitution, and obviously we have to work to the requirements and the rules of procedure that are detailed within that. It's not, despite the fact of having had breaks to kind of accommodate different sort of recognise different sort of periods for people, we are unable to extend beyond 9:30, and obviously it's the Chair's discretion as to whether or not we conclude all business before 9:30. She's taken the view that we cannot, and therefore we're enacting Rule 10.
I will now ask the Democratic Services Manager to ask the Council to vote on each of the remaining items.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify, we will use the electronic voting system to manage these votes. So as the amendment has been accepted, we'll take the vote on the substantive motion, which has been amended. Just cancel that. So that vote is now open. That vote is passed, 50 votes to 3 with no abstentions. On motion 2, an amendment was submitted. So, Chair, do you want to see if the mover will accept the amendment before I take a vote?
Who's the mover? Councillor Harris, will you accept the amendments? Sorry, I can't hear.
I proposed an amendment.
Oh, sorry, it's Councillor Clark.
No, I don't accept the amendment, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we'll take the vote on the amendment first. So this is the vote on the amendment to motion 2 about support for farmers. Thank you. That amendment is lost, 37 votes to 8 with 10 abstentions. We'll now take the vote on motion 1, which has not been amended. So this is the vote on the substantive motion. Sorry, motion 2. Apologies. Okay, that motion is carried, 40 votes for, 6 against and 8 abstentions. I don't believe we're required to take a vote on Cabinet business, so I'll hand over to you, Chair.
You don't need a vote on the Cabinet business.
Okay, so we're finished.
You can just finish it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Before I close the meeting, I would just like to reiterate comments of earlier, in that I thank all members for their service over the first inaugural term of West Northamptonshire Council, and I also thank all officers for their hard work. I now close the meeting.